see. Do I read this first? Okay. Oh, let's open it. Okay, that's mine.
Good morning. Welcome to today's New York City Council preliminary budget hearing for the Committee on Public Housing. Please silence all cell phone and electronic devices. Moving forward, no one is to approach the dais. If you wish to participate in today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms. Without further ado, Chair, we are ready to begin.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you to everyone for attending today's hearing on the city's fiscal year 2027 preliminary budget and preliminary mayor's management report and their impact on the New York City's Housing Authority. I am Councilmember Chris Banks, Chair of the Committee on Public Housing, and I'm joined today by Councilmember Marte, Councilmember Elsie Accione. Did I get it close? And Councilmember Chiose. NYCHA operates the largest public housing system in the nation, serving more than 500,000 working class and low-income New Yorkers through Section 9 public housing and Section 8 voucher program. There is no question that NYCHA is a critical and irreplaceable resource, especially at a time when the city is becoming increasingly unaffordable. Yet decades of disinvestment by successive federal and state and city administrations, combined with deep-rooted organizational failures, have left public housing residents living in unacceptable conditions. Unfortunately, this preliminary budget represents a continuation of the same pattern: disinvestment, neglect, and a lack of urgency, which I believe will lead us further down a path that residents know all too well. The administration has added an additional $662 million towards PAC and RAD conversions, continuing to rely on these programs as though they are primary solutions to NYCHA's challenges, and they are not. In my district alone, more than $1.7 billion has already been invested across 4 developments through RAD PAC conversions, and yet residents continue to experience the exact same unacceptable conditions: persistent plumbing failures, brown water coming from their taps, forcing residents to bathe themselves and their children just to get to school and work on time, constant elevator outages, sewage backups, mold concerns, broken door locks, non-functioning intercom systems. These are not isolated incidents. These are daily living conditions. At the same time, this budget proposes only $148 million in additional funding for NYCHA's 5-year capital commitment plan against an estimated $80 billion in capital needs. $148 million against $80 billion crisis does not come close to meeting the scale of need. Quite frankly, this level of investment and management amounts to an abdication of duty. Despite these failures, the administration is moving forward with approximately 27 additional planned conversions citywide, including 3 more developments in my district. And at some point, we must ask the question: where is the accountability? Where is the return on investment? Tenants continue to report serious health and safety issues, including lack of heat, unresolved mold, pest infestation, lead-based paint hazards, elevator outages, leaky roofs, despite the presence of a federal monitor imposed in 2019. And notably, while the administration has convened a so-called rental ripoff hearings to address affordability, NYCHA residents were once again excluded from that conversation altogether. And this is deeply troubling, because the mayor is not only the city's chief executive, he's also the landlord of NYCHA. And if there is any population that should be front and center in conversations about raising housing costs, rent burdens, landlord abuse, lack of repairs, and more, it's public housing tenants. The role carries with it a heightened responsibility, one that demands an unrelenting focus on delivering safe, livable conditions for NYCHA residents that focus And that focus is not reflected in this budget. Much of this crisis stems from NYCHA's long-standing capital backlog, previously assessed at more than $78 billion. The committee, we're looking forward to hearing today where the authority is prioritizing these investments, where projects are behind schedule, and how the new mayoral administration plans to activate NYCHA as a meaningful tool to address the citywide affordability crisis. While alternative programs such as PAC and the Preservation Trust are positioned as cornerstones of NYCHA's long-term capital strategy, serious questions still remain. The committee expects clear answers on the progress of these public-private partnerships and how NYCHA is ensuring that these residents are treated with dignity and respect under private management. Regardless of the program, every NYCHA tenant deserves timely repairs, quality maintenance, and a clean and safe place to live. And right now, they are not getting that. We are also deeply concerned about the administrative failures between NYCHA and its PAC partners. Poor communication, bureaucratic overlaps are leading to delayed rent recalculations that have catastrophic consequences for residents, placing families in arrears totaling tens of thousands of dollars through no fault of their own. NYCHA's fiscal year 2026 operating budget totals $5.6 billion, and as of December 2025, was not projected to run a deficit. However, the committee is interested in hearing how changes in federal policy, including HUD's reduction in operating funding, affecting NYCHA's capacity to meet its repair obligations and deliver essential services. Staffing shortages, operational inefficiencies are nowhere more apparent than in NYCHA's vacant unit readiness program. Currently, approximately 6,100 apartments remain vacant, taking an average of 350 days to return to service. And this represents more than just 20% increase from the 4,900 vacant units identified just 2 years ago at our fiscal year 2025 preliminary budget hearing, despite over $247 million invested in addressing this issue. At some point, we must confront a difficult truth. Patchwork solutions, recycle strategies are not working. And it may be time for new eyes and a new approach and potentially a new leadership team that is singly focused on actually fixing NYCHA's problems and not managing their appearance. New York is proud of its public housing and the resilience of its residents. And at today's hearing, we seek to understand how this budget will avoid worsening conditions, meaningful address to NYCHA's capital needs, compliance with the Federal Monitor Agreement, and delivering real improvements to resident services and long-term sustainability. First of all, I want to thank my amazing committee staff who helped prepare today's hearing. Spencer, Daniel, Chima, Sierra, Jose, and my chief of staff, Michael, and the entire team. And now we'll turn it over to the committee council to swear in NYCHA leadership before proceeding with testimony.
Good morning, everyone. If you could raise your right hand, please. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions?
Yes, I do.
Whenever you're ready, you may proceed. And if you could just state your name and title for the record before you begin. Thank you.
Chair Chris Banks, members of the Committee on Public Housing, other distinguished members of the City Council, NYCHA residents, community advocates, and members of the public. Good morning. I am Lisa Bova Hyatt, NYCHA's Chief Executive Officer. I'm pleased to be joined by Chief Operating Officer Eva Trimble, Executive Vice President of Finance and Chief Financial Officer Anika Lescott Martinez, Chief Asset and Capital Management Officer Sean Mavani, and other members of NYCHA's leadership team. thank you for this opportunity to present the authority's adopted budget, which was approved by NYCHA's Board of Directors in November. I'm also pleased to update you on the strides we're making to improve residents' quality of life while transforming and strengthening our organization. Despite a rent revenue deficit of nearly $500 million and the cumulative impacts of decades of federal government underfunding, I'm pleased to report that we anticipate a balanced budget by year end with $5.6 billion in expected expenses, matching our total anticipated funding of $5.6 billion. We achieved this balanced budget through a variety of cost-saving measures. And in 2026, we are investing approximately $3.6 billion across the city to improve residents' homes for today and for the decades to come. For nearly a century, NYCHA has been providing truly affordable housing to low and moderate income New Yorkers, a platform for stability and opportunity which strengthens the city as a whole. Today, through our 2,400 buildings and our Section 8 and PACT programs, NYCHA is home to more than 500,000 people, or 1 in 16 New Yorkers, whom we also support with connections to life-changing economic opportunities, social services, and health resources. We are pursuing Mayor Mamdani's charge to bring an all-hands-on-deck approach and to use every available strategy to address NYCHA's challenges and ensure that the authority remains a vital resource of affordable housing in our city for another century and beyond. Mayor Mamdani has been clear that NYCHA will be at the forefront of the administration's forthcoming housing plan, and we welcome that focus and investment. We have been meeting regularly with Deputy Mayor Bozorg, both while crafting the preliminary budget and during the development of the housing plan, to share the challenges and the opportunities that we foresee ahead. And we greatly appreciate the increased city funding that will support our Pact and Trust housing preservation efforts. We are especially focused on making improvements in the areas that matter most to residents and which are under the purview of our HUD agreement. We are making real progress as demonstrated by our HUD apartment inspection scores, which keep improving. We continue to improve elevator operations by hiring and training additional elevator mechanics teams while investing in equipment that will improve service. Last year, we resolved 90% of elevator outages within 10 hours, exceeding the HUD agreement's 85% threshold. During the last heating season, we resolved heat outages in an average of 6.8 hours, well below the 12-hour HUD agreement target, and all of the outages were resolved within 24 hours. As of March 1st, we have tested nearly 140,000 apartments for lead and have abated lead in more than 18,000 public housing apartments, providing families with a safe home and peace of mind. Our PACT partners have abated an additional 4,400 apartments. Our success in tackling mold is measured by fewer occurrences, fewer reoccurrences, and improved response times. There are about 20% less new mold complaints since 2022, and the reoccurrence rate dropped from 30% to 10% from 2019 to today. We're now responding to mold complaints in an average of 2 days, down from 25 days. And resident satisfaction concerning our mold work has risen from 71% to 84%. We have also made progress in reducing the number of pest extermination work orders from nearly 17,000 open work orders in January 2023, which would take months to get to, down to a workload of 7,000 work orders open at any given time, which allows us to address work orders in an average of 5 days. An improved pest management approach is a key reason for the reduction. We are responding to rat complaints in an average of approximately 1 day, and within about 4 days for other pests, exceeding the HUD agreement targets. Our budget is a vital roadmap for responsibility and transparently planning our operations and our capital investments, as well as how the authority will continue to support residents over the long term, despite the numerous and significant challenges we continue to face. I'd like to thank CFO Lescott Martinez and the entire finance department for their hard work and dedication, which has enabled us to balance our budget again this year. Continuing to improve the quality and reliability of the services we provide to residents, investing in our buildings, and ensuring NYCHA families have a home they can be proud of remains the focus of our efforts and our wholehearted commitment. Massive rent arrears remain one of the challenges we must navigate. Constituting a significant portion of our operating budget, rent payments are essential for providing residents with the quality of life they deserve. Thanks in part to $300 million from ERAP, CRA, and Home ARP rental assistance programs, which have assisted nearly 80,000 households, we have made some progress in bringing down the arrears. However, we are currently collecting only about 84% of the rent charged each month, and a significant number of households still have COVID-era arrears. Total arrears currently stand at about $475 million across approximately 64,000 households as of the end of January. Since the COVID-related rental assistance programs are no longer accepting new applicants, we are letting residents know both the importance of paying rent as well as how they can get support to address their arrears, including through payment plans and rent adjustments to account for any reduction in income. At the same time, federal funding is not keeping pace with the ever-increasing costs of repairing and maintaining our decades-old buildings, which cumulatively suffer from about $80 billion in capital needs. There is also uncertainty about the level of federal funding we will receive. Congress passed an appropriations bill for 2026 that decreases operating funding for the nation's public housing authorities by 14%. This could mean NYCHA would need to reduce its operating spending by up to $100 million if we do not receive competitive shortfall funding, which we historically have not. Funding cuts may require us to make difficult choices to keep our budget balanced, although we will always prioritize residents' health and safety as well as essential services. And with our partners, we will continue to advocate for the federal funding that public housing desperately needs. We have demonstrated an ability to adapt to insufficient federal funding. As I noted, we have balanced our budget for 2026, which is a significant achievement and follows a balanced budget in previous years, despite considerable uncertainty regarding our federal funding. However, with the gap widening between NYCHA's needs and the federal funding NYCHA receives, we anticipate substantial deficits in the coming years, which we will address through cost-saving measures. We have maintained balanced budgets with prior funding gaps through aggressive cost savings by reducing central office department budgets by about $100 million and constraining the non-emergency overtime budget, for instance. We will continue this important work to ensure we are using our limited resources as effectively as possible, though future cuts which do not impact agency operations and modernization plans, will be increasingly harder to identify. Federal funding comprises 2/3 of NYCHA's operating revenue. This year, we expect to receive about $1.3 billion in federal operating subsidy. Rent revenue accounts for the other third of our operating revenue, and we expect to collect about $858 million in rent revenue this year, which is well over $100 million less than we should be collecting. HUD has obligated our operating fund for 2026 at an 86% proration rate through May. Proration is the allocation of a fraction of the eligible funding, and so this is $200 million less than what NYCHA is eligible to receive if this proration continues for the rest of the year. Additionally, we anticipate receiving $337 million in city expense funds for calendar year 2026. We appreciate the city's critical support even amidst a challenging city budget period, which demonstrates the city's continued recognition of NYCHA's vital role in serving New Yorkers. We expect to receive about $2.1 billion this year for Section 8 vouchers. If Congress enacts the House's proposed funding for Section 8 renewals, that will lead to a 99% proration rate and create a $108 million shortfall for NYCHA. We expect that HUD will announce the funding renewal rate within the next few months. In the meantime, we are assessing ways to ensure that any shortfall does not impact the families we serve, and we will apply for additional HUD funding. Our expected expenses for 2026 are approximately $2.3 billion in Section 8 payments to landlords, $1.8 billion in salaries, fringe benefits, and overtime, $344 million in contracts, $682 million in utility payments, and $413 million for expenses such as leases, supplies, vehicles, and equipment. CFO Lescott Martinez will now provide some additional information about NYCHA's 2026 budget and fiscal outlook.
Thank you, Lisa. In the interest of time, I will refrain from repeating some of the information that Lisa has already shared with the council. Next slide, please. Thank you. So as CEO Bova Hyatt mentioned, we are projecting a balanced budget for 2026. Our expenses are projected to be $5.6 billion, and that also matches our revenue sources of $5.6 billion. It's important to note that the NYCHA budget process is slightly different from the city's. We operate on a calendar year, fiscal year basis, and our budget per HUD regulations is adopted prior to our calendar year. So we adopted this budget in November of 2025. It takes into account the city funding planned at that time and the federal situation that we knew at that time. So as Lisa mentioned, we received 74% of all of our sources of revenue from federal funding, mainly from our operating subsidy of $1.3 billion, which provides support for the maintenance and operations of around 146,000 units of public housing. Our rent, we are projecting this year at $858 million, down substantially from what we are used to seeing, at an 88% collection rate on all new charges, not including any tenant arrears. In addition, due to continued PACT and trust conversions, we expect substantial growth in our Section 8 program, with $2.6 billion total, $2.1 billion in housing assistance payments, and around $500 million in administrative fees to support staffing, inspections, and other HUD-required functions. Together, our total sources will achieve $5.6 billion, as expected. In terms of our uses, as Lisa mentioned, we have over $1.8 billion in salaries, overtime, and fringe benefits for our union workers and central office staff. This budget will support 11,865 full-time staff, in addition to additional temporary staff, seasonal staff, and workers as necessary to support our operations at the properties. Our overtime budget is down substantially at $180 million, representing our continued implementation of control measures across our operations function. As mentioned previously, $2.3 billion in corresponding Section 8 landlord payments, which serve as a pass-through from the federal government to NYCHA. Again, we are anticipating a balanced budget at year-end. Next slide. When we look at our 5-year plan, as is customary for NYCHA, we are again expecting a balanced budget in 2026 with deficits in the out years. We do pass a 5-year plan every single year as required by HUD. And we are confident that we can balance our budget in the out years as we implement additional cost-saving measures as necessary or receive additional funding. Next slide. In terms of our capital budget, again, important to note that these figures are as of NYCHA's adopted budget in November. So it is different than the additional funding we received from this mayoral administration as of the fiscal year 2027 preliminary plan. Our 5-year budget plans to address $7.8 billion of our $80 billion in physical needs at NYCHA properties, and $3.6 billion of that is available in 2026 alone. Our federal capital is $4.3 billion, city capital at $1.5 billion, of funding in support of HUD agreement compliance, an additional $1 billion of mayoral funds, and state capital $528 billion for boiler, elevator, and brickwork improvements, with an additional $26.5 million for other activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Anika. I would now like to discuss our capital investment program. In 2026, about $3.6 billion is available for capital investments in our properties, including approximately $731 million in expected 2026 federal capital funding, $1.3 billion in city capital funding available in the 2026 city fiscal year, and other state and city funds allocated from prior year's awards. We are grateful for the city's support, which funded a range of projects that benefit residents, including heating system upgrades, roof replacements, waste infrastructure improvements, and investments in community centers, playgrounds, sport courts, and security cameras and lights. We are also grateful for the state's commitment of more than $500 million currently available for heating, elevators, and facades. While the federal capital funding we receive meets only a tiny fraction of the $80 billion in needs, organizational transformation efforts are enabling us to accelerate critical renovations and accomplish complex and innovative modernizations for the benefit of residents and their quality of life. In fact, we are completing more capital work annually than at any point in the authority's recent history. From 2021 through 2025, we invested over $5.1 billion in capital improvements across our portfolio, completing 810 construction projects and steadily increasing expenditures to $1.25 billion in 2025. For residents, and in support of our HUD agreement targets, this has meant the renovation of 177 heating systems, the replacement of 277 elevators, 757 waste and pest management assets, 744 roofs, the repair of 217 building facades, and removal of sidewalk sheds at 314 buildings. The installation of over 3,700 CCTV cameras and 3,100 exterior lights. Upgrades of over 3,300 apartments and 25 community centers. 68 new or improved playgrounds and sport courts, and strengthen resiliency to storm surge and cloudburst flooding at 30 properties. This work has also created the equivalent of over 620 full-time jobs for low-income New Yorkers, including NYCHA residents. As part of fundamentally redesigning the way we deliver capital projects, we continue to focus on improving customer service and transparency. With tools such as our Capital Projects and Needs Tracker and other publicly available guidance and information, as well as regular communication with residents and other stakeholders about the projects in their communities. For instance, we conduct nearly 600 quarterly stakeholder meetings with NYCHA property management and resident leadership each year via dedicated property liaison teams, in addition to over 5,000 project-specific stakeholder engagement touchpoints. In addition to providing residents with key information in a range of formats and languages, we are also soliciting feedback from residents via surveys at multiple points on every project. Currently, 506 projects are in planning or underway across the city, representing $6.3 billion in investment. This includes renovation of additional heating systems, elevators, roofs, facades, waste management infrastructure, and community centers. NYCHA is also scaling up deployment of energy-efficient window heat pumps for heating and cooling, as well as large-scale waste plumbing, kitchen, and bathroom rehabilitations to target the root causes of leaks and mold. The federal government has been underfunding public housing for decades, and so we must use every tool at our disposal to bring our buildings the investments they desperately need and our residents the quality of life they deserve. Our major housing preservation programs like PACT, the Public Housing Preservation Trust, and Comprehensive Modernization are leveraging new and creative models for funding, project delivery, and partnership, bringing billions of dollars to revitalize our developments and residents' homes from top to bottom, all while maintaining the right and protections and integrity of our city's public housing. More than 44,000 apartments across 169 developments are in pre-development, under construction, or have completed renovation through PACT, representing over $16 billion in capital repairs and upgrades. We are on track to bring comprehensive repairs and upgrades, along with enhanced property management and social services, to a total of more than 142,000 residents through PACT. We are also bringing an unprecedented level of transparency and insight into our work, with online dashboards that anyone can use to monitor our progress with PACT projects, as well as our regular capital projects. The New York City Public Housing Preservation Trust will also dramatically improve the quality of life for residents. To date, 4 developments have voted to join the trust to unlock funding for the much-needed renovations of their homes. Last year, the trust signed design-build contracts for projects to modernize nearly 1,400 homes at Nostrand Houses and Bronx River Addition, representing almost $500 million in building upgrades. Developed in collaboration with residents, both the Trust and PACT bring developments to the more stable Section 8 federal funding, which is worth nearly double what Section 9 apartments receive. These initiatives also ensure that NYCHA developments remain public and that residents maintain their rights and protections, including permanently affordable rent. The CompMod program will also complete holistic capital improvements instead of simply repairing individual building components. CompMod projects are active or planned at 7 developments currently, where they will transform residents' homes thanks to nearly $1.2 billion in funding. NYCHA is an integral and indispensable part of New York City, providing a stable and truly affordable home, a platform for opportunity for hundreds of thousands of families. The work we are doing is not only about using every tool at our avail to improve residents' lives today, but also about ensuring that NYCHA remains a vital resource for generations to come. We truly appreciate your partnership as we overcome the obstacles and continue to make progress for the New Yorkers we serve. Thank you. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. First of all, let me begin by making an announcement. We do have a translation in Mandarin and Spanish, and also we've been joined by Councilmember Aviles. First of all, to begin to have a conversation about the mayor's housing plan and how it includes NYCHA, so we can get some clarity. Because that's why we haven't gotten clarity as to how NYCHA is included in the mayor's housing plan. So when should we anticipate hearing more about NYCHA's role in the mayor's housing plan?
Thank you so much for that question. We have and continue to have conversations with the city about NYCHA and the progress that we've made since signing the HUD agreement. We have also, myself, my staff, have continually met with the Deputy Mayor for Housing, her staff. We are very much a part of the city's housing plan. It's my understanding that it will be forthcoming within the coming weeks, and we look forward to the continued collaboration with City Hall.
I know the Deputy Mayor Bozarg mentioned at a recent New York Housing Conference panel that we should expect to see more investments in the mayor's housing plan in the executive budget. Has NYCHA received any indication that this will be the case?
We know that the city is investing in NYCHA. I should say that I feel so fortunate to run a housing authority where both the city and the state repeatedly invest. Other public housing authorities do not get the level of investment that NYCHA receives from their local and state governments. We have been told that in fiscal year 27, the city is putting in $662 million for our Trust and PAC pipeline, among other funding that Anika can talk more about.
Thank you. So just to supplement what CEO Bova Hyatt mentioned, in the city's current 10-year plan, the commitment to NYCHA totals $11.2 billion, $6.3 billion in capital subsidy, $3.8 billion in expense funding, and $1.1 billion in foregone revenue, which would have been funds that we otherwise would have had to pay to the city.
Recently, Deputy Mayor Bozarg mentioned in a recent interview that the administration is supportive of the demolition and reconstruction of Fulton Elliott Chelsea houses. Does NYCHA have plans to pursue similar types of redevelopment at any other locations?
Thank you so much for that question. Yes, we have to be realistic about the options that are available for us in our public housing budget. The last time we appeared before you in the spring of 2025, the president had proposed a 46% cut to the public housing operating fund, which would have been catastrophic. Excuse me, 42%, not 46. Thankfully, our federal partners, led by Senator Gillibrand and Senator Schumer, pushed back, but we did see a 14% cut in our public housing operating budget. For that, and that's at 100% proration. That translates to $100 million less than what we were anticipating. If the proration is less, we are seeing hundreds of millions of dollars in cuts to our operating budget. And as you all know, NYCHA has suffered from decades and decades of federal disinvestment, both on the operating side and on the capital side. This year, we saw our capital funding for the public housing stay flat, but given the amount of inflation, that amounts to a cut. So we have to pursue every opportunity that's afforded to us to make sure that there are affordable places for our residents to live, not only for this generation, but for generations to come.
And also to mention decades of mismanagement as well, till current date. What steps are you taking to ensure that residents are properly engaged throughout the evaluation process for projects that would need the demolition to proceed?
Thank you for that question. I'm actually going to call up our EVP for real estate to talk about the engagement that goes on as we convert our properties.
Hi, just before you begin, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions?
Yes.
And if you could just state your name and title for the record before
Jonathan
you begin.
Gavaya, Executive Vice President and Chief Real Estate Officer for NYCHA. So for the PAC program, the cornerstone of our entire program is resident engagement. And we prioritize sites based primarily on physical needs. That is a proxy for, obviously, the level of deterioration, and therefore it helps us prioritize which sites we're going to look at. And also we look at sites where NYCHA has, greater difficulty in managing those properties. And so we want to bring in private land or property managers who can help us run these properties better after a renovation. And so those are the two main criteria that we look at. And when we start engagement, we're not necessarily assuming a demolition and a rebuild. We're going out to residents and we're explaining the physical needs and we're hearing from them. We want them to tell us, in addition to the engineering studies that we have, what else is wrong with the buildings? Where are the other opportunities for improvement? Obviously now, in a world where we're doing a Fulton Elliott Chelsea type project, the conversation with residents is it preservation? Is it redevelopment? Is it a combination of both? And so we continue to do engagement all across the city. We have not identified a specific site that would be exactly like Fulton and Elliott Chelsea, but we're having conversations with residents who are interested in new construction.
Well, I need you to answer the question. I'm going to repeat it for you so you can answer it. What steps are you taking to ensure that residents are properly engaged throughout the evaluation projects for projects that would need demolition to proceed? What steps?
Residents are part of the engagement process. We start talking to residents probably about 6 months to a year before we actually put out a solicitation to bring on partners. And then we have our residents, we form a resident review committee, and residents score and review these proposals with us, and they jointly make a decision with us as to how to proceed with a project, whether it's rehabilitation or new construction.
So it's your testimony residents give input as to the entire process and are engaged in the entire process.
That is the process that we've been following in the last couple of years.
And they're listened to.
Yes.
Okay. How does the plan at Fulton Elliott Chelsea ensure that funds from additional market rate units return to NYCHA and support public housing residents? That's, I believe, part of the proposal. Am I correct?
What do you mean? Sir, can you repeat that?
I'll repeat the question for you so you can. How does the plan at the Fulton Elliott Chelsea ensure that the funds from additional market rate units return to NYCHA and support public housing residents? I believe part of the plan is to build market rate infills on the.
Yes.
Correct.
So the plan includes rebuilding all 2,056 apartments that currently exist and up to 1,000 units of affordable housing. So there'll be over 3,000 units of affordable housing, permanently affordable housing at the Fulton and Elliott Chelsea campuses. In addition, we're looking at over 2,000 units of market rate. So it's a balanced development. And the reason we're doing the market rate is because it will help us finance the reconstruction of the existing 2,056 apartments. And so the existence of that market rate helps us avoid the need for city capital subsidy.
Well, how will you ensure that the funding will go back towards NYCHA residents?
So that is the economics, and that is the model that we are following. And we are going to have numerous contractual agreements to ensure that this is how the funding will flow to the project.
Do you have any data about the state of repair of the foundations of other developments? Or do you have any data as far as the repair that's needed for the foundation of Chelsea Elliott?
I'll turn that over to Sean Mawani.
Thank you for the question, Council Member. My name is Sean Mavani. I'm Chief Asset and Capital Management Officer. So yes, we maintain data on all of the building systems, the assets, the envelope, the foundations at all of our properties in a number of ways. The primary way is through our physical needs assessment that we undertake every 5 years, where we do field assessments of the properties. We have technical teams, engineers, and architects who go out and review the conditions of all of these systems, including the foundations, and we track that every 5 years as we go through the P&A or physical needs assessment process. In addition to that, any time on their day-to-day work that our property management staff, who are required to do walk-arounds in specific areas, when they identify a crack or anything that looks like an issue that could be related to the structure, the load, whether that's at the foundation level or it's in an upper floor, they would put in a work ticket to address that issue. So we have all of that data around any source.
So do you have particular data for Chelsea Elliott, and what are the findings?
Sure.
You can give that today, and also can you provide that for us
So I can talk broadly.
in a document?
Yeah, so anytime that we have those findings and we have a development that's considering to go through a Section 8 conversion, the information that we have available is shared with the partner who will be doing full physical assessments of their own on the sites when they come on to the property, and then they'll do deeper dive engineering, other types of assessments as part of the process.
Can you
of
share that
scoping
data with the committee?
We can share whatever data we had at the time that were shared with the Fulton Elliott Chelsea at Park.
So you'll share the data that will prove or show the need to demolish Chelsea Elliott.
The case for demolition of the property is not simply because of a foundational issue. And so that's a little bit more of a complex conversation that needs to happen. And that's happened in the past, I think, in previous hearings.
Any other? Okay. Let me move on to another question. Is NYCHA considering infill construction or parking lot development? And would revenue be generated, and how many units will be created?
Do you mean just portfolio wide?
For-
Just to
no.
clarify?
For Chelsea Elliott?
Chelsea. Well, all of Fulton and Elliott Chelsea would be redeveloped.
The preliminary plan includes an additional $662 million in HPD's capital budget to support PAC conversion. But NYCHA's 5-year plan increased by only $148 million, or roughly about 6%. Can you share more information about why the increased investment of city dollars for PAC conversions is over 4 times the investment in Section 9?
So just to clarify, NYCHA's budget and the city budget are released at different points in time. So our city capital plan was adopted in November of 2025 before the city applied the additional funding. Unlike the city, we don't redo our budget at multiple points in the year. We do one budget for the entire year that includes a 5-year horizon, and the next year we revise that budget. So the next time you see our budget, it will have all of the changes and the additional funding that the city provided.
Well, has the administration indicated a willingness to invest more deeply into Section 9?
We have constant conversations with City Hall, with Deputy Mayor Bozarg. As Lisa mentioned, we have all met with her, and the city is very clear about NYCHA's inclusion in the housing plan.
Is that so?
We are, again, very grateful for our continued city support, $11.2 billion over a 10-year horizon. There's no other public housing authority that receives that level of funding from their city government. We continue to advocate for the needs of our residents, and we'll continue to have those conversations.
Okay, just Monday, the Stanley Isaac houses in Manhattan voted to reject PAC or the trust conversion and stay under traditional Section 9. What steps has the administration indicated that they are taking to support those who prefer not to go through the conversion process?
Thank you, Council Member. We did recently complete the vote. It's still to be finalized today, but initial reports do indicate that the residents there voted to stay Section 9. Unfortunately, that means that there wouldn't be the modernization funds that we anticipated through that conversion, but we do remain committed to working with the residents there to ensure that we're providing services the best we can to the residents of Isaac's houses.
During the mayor's rip-off rental hearings, NYCHA residents noted that they felt largely excluded or ignored from the hearings focused only on residents leasing under private landlords. Has the administration informed you of any plans to hold similar hearings or public engagement events specifically for NYCHA residents?
Thank you, Council Member. I want to be clear that the NYCHA residents were actively involved in those hearings, as was NYCHA. I attended both Brooklyn and
Initially?
Bronx myself.
Initially?
Yes, I was there for both Brooklyn and Bronx, and other senior members of the NYCHA team were there for the others and will be for the next two. We had multiple NYCHA residents come to our table asking us for help with repairs, asking us for help with the Section 8 side of our portfolio. So NYCHA residents were very engaged, and we were there as part of the resource fair component, and we will continue to be there.
Okay. It sounded like a reversal to me, but yeah, so you say. Given the public advocate who has long called for NYCHA the city's worst landlord, what would you say to NYCHA residents who felt excluded by the administration's approach to the rental rip-off hearings?
Again, I think there was some misinformation as far as how they were included, but NYCHA residents were at the hearings, as was NYCHA senior officials, including myself at both Brooklyn and Bronx, and we took in many complaints that we're following up on now.
Okay, when it comes to PAC, can you share information about the total number of developments which have completed PAC conversion and those that are in progress or under pre-development, and those that voted not to go under conversion?
We have converted just over 31,000 apartments across the city, and we have just over 12,000 units currently in pre-development.
Is NYCHA seeing a trend in resident willingness to participate in the PAC program?
Yes, I mean, we continue to do the engagement. We have over 13,000 or so units that have been completed in terms of construction. And so we take residents on tours. They can see the improvements. They can meet with residents who've gone through it. They can learn all the good stuff as well as some of the challenges. And increasingly, the way we've evolved our engagement process, we are seeing residents, with a greater appetite for PAC. That's not to say it's, kind of 100% consensus, but we are seeing a growing acceptance of the PAC program.
Well, the target is to convert 62,000 units to Section 8 through the PAC process and through the Preservation Trust by 2028. Is NYCHA on target to meet this goal?
So to clarify, the 62,000 is just PACT. And that's 2028. And so right now we have 44, the total of what I told you before, the 31,000 and 12,000, just over 12,000 in pre-development. That gets you to about 44,000. So yes, we are on track to hitting the 62,000 for PACT. And then with the trust, pursuant to the legislation, they have an additional allotment of 25,000 units that they can convert.
Developments that go through the PAC conversions are no longer managed directly by NYCHA, but by private developers. How do you maintain oversight and accountability for these private developers? And what feedback have you received from residents at developments who have undergone PAC conversions?
So Within the real estate group, we have an asset management group that works daily with our PAC partners and our residents. We collect on a monthly basis an extensive amount of data related to work orders, legal proceedings, financial performance, and so on. And we track this data. We want to make sure that our PAC partners, as it relates to work orders, are addressing them in a timely fashion. As it relates to evictions, we have our housing stability and retention guidelines. We want to make sure that our PAC partners are using every method available to ensure that residents get the support that they need so that they don't face eviction. In addition to the real estate team, we also have our compliance department, which provides an oversight role. And then there's the leased housing team, which administers the subsidy and also has an oversight role.
And what's the feedback you've been getting?
So we've begun a process of surveying residents at completed PAC developments. We've got about 77% satisfaction with the PAC program.
Hopefully, after you finish your testimony, you can stay back and get feedback from the residents who are in some of the PAC developments that you're claiming that their willingness now to accept go along with the PAC. PAC conversions facilitate the use of Section 8 housing choice vouchers for HUD to pay a large portion of the residents' rent. How does this impact the operating revenues and expenditures for NYCHA?
Thank you for that question, Council Member. PACT was not designed to be a savings program. It was designed to be an investment program. Through PACT, we've been able to plan for an estimated $10.5 billion to our developments that otherwise would not have been able to come in to address these long-term capital needs. So from a financing perspective, when you lose that development to PACT, you lose the expenses associated with that development, but you also lose the subsidy for that development as well. And due to NYCHA's aging portfolio, as we've noted, our costs are generally rising to continue to maintain the developments we do have.
Okay. And I just want to backtrack. What are the procedures for residents who have grievances against these private landlords? And what role does NYCHA play in mediating some of these disputes?
So residents, obviously their first line of defense, if you will, would be to contact their property manager. If they don't feel like they're getting sufficient attention or their issues not being resolved, they can contact, as I said, we have an asset management team. We work with residents and the TA presidents on a daily basis. They can also call the customer contact center as well as the ombudsman, and they can call 311.
So how active is the asset management group when it comes to weekly or monthly meetings or tenant association meetings where residents are coming and bringing multiple complaints? Because I can name multiple meetings I've been in and NYCHA's been absent.
Well, we have a lot of developments across the city, and we try to get to all the TA board meetings, the official monthly meetings. We don't necessarily go to all of those.
Well, when there's a controversy and NYCHA needs to mediate, which is called upon in the RADPAC program.
Well, the monthly meetings are not the only venue. We get calls round the clock from residents, and we respond to them, and we have meetings with them and sometimes with them and the PAC partners as well to resolve issues, independent of the TA board meetings.
Do you get a high rate of complaints from a lot of the RADPAC developments?
I would not say there's a high rate of complaints. We certainly get complaints, but again, about 77% of the people who've been surveyed are satisfied. I'll also note that CHPC recently did a study and looking at violations, and they concluded that the PAC program outperforms the resolution of violations as it relates to and compared to other forms of multifamily housing.
Okay, I'm going to come back to my line of questioning. I'm actually now going to turn it over to Councilmember Marte, who has some questions. Councilmember Marte.
Thank you, Chair Banks. And I want to +1 say any data relevant to Fulton Chelsea Elliott houses we will love to have. It seems like there has been a lack of transparency for years. Not in this administration, I know it was in the previous administration, but we need to play catch up and really find out what's happening there. My first question is, how much money does NYCHA spend on marketing for RAD and PAC and the trust?
To my knowledge, we do not have a formal marketing budget for PACT, and NYCHA does not manage the trust budget.
So when you go to developments, I've seen you recently at Sewer Park Extension. What is that orchestrated marketing event? Where can we see that in your line item? Is that personal staffers? Do you hire an outside contractor to create the presentations, to talk to the residents?
The vast majority of those people who go to the meetings, and they're engagement meetings, it's not marketing, it's really engagement, as I described before, and most of those folks come from the real estate team. There are some people within the COO's office as well who attend.
And there's been a lot of questions about surveys, and you mentioned it, that you look to surveys to get residents' feedback. I know in the past there's been some misinformation of whether something is a survey or something is a vote. Is NYCHA willing to post a lot of the descriptions of these surveys online and classify also, are they willing to post what ballots look like online so the public can understand what is being put in front of these residents before they actually do a vote or they fill out a survey?
I mean, yes, we've been doing the surveys that I mentioned. These are surveys about the experience of going through the construction and then satisfaction after construction. They are surveys, they are described as surveys, and we have not posted them yet, but as we get a body of data, we will post them.
Yeah, because I think, satisfaction is pretty broad terminology, right? You can do the survey the day after someone moves into a conversion, but that perception of satisfaction could drastically change 3 months or 6 months later. As Chair Banks has mentioned, and I have seen personally, is after 6 months, some of these buildings and apartments start falling apart. And it seems like it was all a facade repair instead of really trying to change the lived experience for the long term. And so that's why, we're asking for this data. We're asking for more transparency, because you can say you got 70 somewhat % satisfaction, but we don't know what the data is behind that narrative. And I think that narrative is used sometimes dangerously to convince other tenants of other developments to move to vote for a RADD PAC conversion. I'm going to move my questioning to allocation from the council to NYCHA. How much allocation in the past 2 years has the council done to NYCHA for capital repairs?
Sorry, 1 second.
Stop the clock. Stop the clock while you're searching, because I want to give my colleague enough time to.
Thank you for the question, council member. So currently we have from the council $47 million across all active projects. So that's not in the last 2 years alone that have been allocated. Those projects could already be in construction. They could be recently allocated in planning, but that's the total funding we have across about 60 projects.
And how quickly is that funding used on average after the allocation from a council member?
Sure. So a typical capital project can range typically 4 to 5 years from the allocation, the initial engagement with residents, the planning, the design, the procurement process, and construction. So it's typically a 4 to 5 year cycle where we use city funding, including council funding. That is a little bit longer because of the city approvals that are involved as opposed to our state or federal funding. In the last 5 years, we've completed about 100 council-funded projects. And so the 60 or so that we have currently, as I said, they're in different phases, but would be completing, if they're already in construction, they'd be completing in the next 12 months or so. If they're back in the design phase, it's going to be several years before that asset gets delivered.
And can you talk about the range of investments that have been used with council funding? So, for example, roof repairs, benches, mailboxes, anything else?
Sure. The council funding in particular is a small portion of our overall budget, as well as a small portion of our city allocations in terms of mayoral and agreement funding. The council funding is typically targeted at, obviously, items that residents have engaged with council members as being their priorities, but that fall within the allocation limit that's available. So they are typically, as you mentioned, things like lobbies and mailboxes, playgrounds, community centers, lighting, CCTV cameras are probably our most common types of funded projects. However, council members may also opt to allocate to other infrastructure repairs we're doing. If we have other funding, they may supplement that. So even if it's a priority at a development, potentially contributing to a project that focuses on something like plumbing issues or areas like that.
It was really disturbing to hear from my budget director earlier this year that this year NYCHA is only allowing council members to fund security projects with capital funding. Have you changed it? First of all, why are you only allowing us to repair doors and cameras instead of roofs and other critical needs that NYCHA has?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I just heard this yesterday, in fact, and there seems to be some type of miscommunication or misunderstanding. We do not currently, nor have we ever, restricted what council members can fund, and we're very happy with any type of allocations council members make. So I'm not sure where that information came from, but on our side, there's no change in our policies. We provide to council members extensive guidance on all different types of projects they can fund, what the unit cost would be, how they could come up with a budget and work with us on a cost estimate. And that's a continual process that we're engaged in, even recently with certain council members. So if, we'd love to talk more afterwards to correct whatever the misunderstanding might be.
Yeah, it would be great if you can send a memo council-wide, because it was a discussion among many council members of the restriction that we thought NYCHA was putting on our budget allocation. My final question is about the City of Yes investment. There was a $5 billion investment when it comes to City of Yes for all housing needs. Sadly, only $175 million of that was allocated to NYCHA. How much of that money has been spent so far, and can you break down what the uses are with those $170 million?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Marte. As of the fiscal year 27 preliminary plan, as you noted, there's $175 million in capital investments for the City of Yes program. That includes funding for repairs for vacant units, critical infrastructure, and environmental hazard mitigation. OMB, NYCHA, and City Hall are still working through the exact allocation of these funds. I can say that of the $175 million, $40 million was previously allocated for the Gowanus rezoning, asbestos in vacant units, and the ventilation damper project. There are also plans to reallocate an additional $71 million in additional asbestos abatement for vacant units and other capital projects, and that leaves us with an additional $63 million in unallocated capital, which we're still working through.
Wait, so, sorry, Chair, just one more question.
Sure.
So you mentioned the Gowanus rezoning, which, from my understanding, that was a separate negotiation that Councilmember at the time, Brad Landert, had with the administration as part of the Gowanus rezoning. It seems like there's a double dip right now where you're using City of Yes committed allocation to fund something that should have already been funded in the past.
So before the City of Yes program, you are correct that there was $40 million that rolled over from the 2025 adopted plan, and this was used for Gowanus rezoning. That's only $12 million, in addition to $8 million for asbestos abatement for our vacant units, and also a ventilation damper project of $20 million.
It would be great to have a chart, a spreadsheet that shows rezoning, commitment, allocation, how much of that money has been used, because my fear, and my fear across agencies, is that typically when we strike a deal, there's a lot of double dipping, and it kind of gives the council a false pretense that we are giving you new money or negotiating new money for these agencies. But whenever we come to these oversight hearings, it seems like some of the previous agreements are used in other agreements as well. And so it would be great to have transparency on not just the Gowanus rezoning, but any other rezoning that has happened where NYCHA is still using those funds to do capital investments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we've been also joined by Councilmember Epstein And then now we'll move to Councilmember Chiose for questions.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, folks. Thank you for clarifying some of the misinformation that was being spread around the rental ripoff hearings. I know that those were open to NYCHA residents as well. If folks want to attend, I think there's another one on Saturday in East Harlem from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. So please show up and make sure that you are receiving, in-person services from NYCHA if you have yet to go to a rental ripoff hearing. I want to ask some questions in regards to a development within my district in Bed-Stuy. Tompkins Houses, more specifically 960 Park Avenue, has had a gas outage for the last 3 to 4 months and a rodent issue at 808 Park Avenue in the Marcy development. The NYCHA representative who my office has been in contact with has not provided my office with a completion date. This issue of incomplete and unanswered capital and infrastructure work is common in my district, as I'm sure it is for my colleagues. Repairs take a long time or half completed with both a federal deficit and a city deficit. I'm concerned with how critical repairs will be addressed. You just answered Councilmember Marte's question that there is an outstanding, amount of funds that were received from the city of Yes. I would like to advocate for my district for those funds to be advocated for this development. Could I get that commitment from you all today?
We are happy to work with our partners at OMB and City Hall on that commitment, but I cannot confirm today that that's how those funds would be used.
Okay, so how can we guarantee that despite these deficits that NYCHA will be responsive and address all needed repairs, including the ones at Tompkins and Marcy houses?
Thank you, Council Member, for those questions. I will definitely be following up with your office directly on these two issues for both Marcy and Tompkins. As you know, gas outages are a matter of public health, and they require coordination with many city and other agency partners like the utilities, so they can take a long time to be complete. We do follow the requirements to have lobby meetings with residents to keep them updated on that. So I apologize if your office hasn't been kept in the loop, but we will follow up on both that and the rodent issue at Marcy.
Thank you. I do want to follow up on some questions around PAC/RAD. Is there a consistent evaluation process in regards to repairs, maintenance, conditions, et cetera, after the PAC/RAD transition?
During the construction process, we have a team of folks, both NYCHA employees within the real estate group and also some folks within the compliance team, as well as a third-party construction manager who goes out throughout the construction process to ensure that the scope of work is being executed as we anticipated and as in our agreements. So we go through that whole process. And then when we get closer to the end of the construction process, we tour the site with our PAC partner to verify. We go through and we make sure that everything is to our satisfaction.
I think NYCHA should set up consistent meetings with both private managements at PAC developments, as well as relevant city agencies, as well as members of the city council, just to keep all of us updated on progress when it comes to what happens after that transition. I think because this is such a controversial thing that happens within our public housing system, I think keeping all active partners on the same page in terms of how things are progressing is really important. My office is very responsive, always open to hearing updates about different changes that are happening within our district. And I think a consistent communication, both from the private developer facilitated by NYCHA, would be really helpful in those cases. Is that something that we can expect with this administration?
Yes, thank you. That's a great suggestion.
Thank you. How can enforcement measures, especially in light of budget deficits, be more robust if private management has been terrible in those RAD/PAC conversions?
Well, we have the right within all of our agreements to remove the property manager. Our goal is to hopefully never get there. So again, we are working with our property managers on a daily basis through the asset management team, the compliance team, et cetera, and really in making sure that things are working as they should. Obviously, issues do come up, and we work to rectify them as quickly as possible. And we've only had 2 instances where we've switched out property managers.
Thank you. I want to speak about potential federal cuts or additional federal cuts. In past budget negotiations, the federal administration has threatened to, as you've laid out in your testimony, make cuts to NYCHA. And for example, according to the Independent Budget Office's report, this past fall, the federal government proposed a $27 billion reduction in public housing nationwide. Does NYCHA have a plan on how they would address funding cuts if the federal administration proceeds with more cuts in future budget negotiations?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Osei. As you mentioned, we are in fact currently dealing with a potential reduction of $789 million nationwide, which is around 14%. It could be at least $100 million for NYCHA. Currently, we are still working with HUD to determine our final eligibility for funds, so we're happy to come back to the council in May once those conversations with HUD have been completed to give you a more fulsome answer. But we do have contingency plans in place, and of course, we'll try our best to ensure that we continue to manage life, health, and safety systems and processes for our residents.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Chair, for the opportunity to ask questions, and I'm looking forward to hearing some follow-up on some of the questions.
Okay,
that I've
thank
asked.
you. We're now moving on to Councilmember Encarnacion. Elsie?
There you go. Hello, everyone. I'm going to be honest. I outside of the committee that I chair, this is the only other committee that I have multiple pages of questions for. I have 23 developments in my district, the most in the whole country, I believe. So this is extremely important to me, and I'm very grateful to the other council members who have asked some of the questions that I had. In terms of the RAD PAC, so I'm going to jump around a little bit to try to hit a little bit of everything. But in terms of the RAD PAC, during the transition time, a lot of the constituents that we serve have been getting a lot of runaround. Either they're going to NYCHA, they're going to the new management office that usually has someone in the development on site, being told that, tickets are not being answered because they're in this weird transition phase, and we're trying to get a handle on how to direct them. So during a transition phase for RAD PAC, who is responsible before the closing? Can we just be clear about who is responsible for repairs, who is responsible for the residents?
So right up until the closing or the conversion, it is still a NYCHA managed property. So all repairs, all tickets, all of that still should go through NYCHA. And then once we've converted, the new property manager takes over.
Okay. And I wanted to now switch over to a boiler explosion that happened in my district over at the Mitchell houses in the Bronx. I want to understand how NYCHA is prioritizing funding for gas line inspections, boiler inspections, and that sort. I mean, that miraculously there was no life loss there, but it could have ended very differently, and the people in that community are still suffering. I do want to say that NYCHA was there. They were there for a very long time, helping get us on track as early as possible. But I'm very fearful that it will happen again.
Thank you, Council Member. Yes, we're all very grateful that that morning did not result in any loss of life. We are working closely with Department of Buildings and Department of Investigation, who are leading the investigation into the root cause of that incident to define exactly what caused that explosion that morning. However, I'm very pleased to say that gas has been restored to all the buildings in Mitchell as of last Friday. The last building went on. However, we had been restoring buildings one at a time, starting with the first building that came online just 25 days after the explosion. So all residents now have gas. We were also able to bring heat and hot water up at the development within days.
No, I understand, and I don't mean to cut you off about Mitchell. I just want to understand the prioritization method by which NYCHA is looking at the portfolio, which buildings get prioritized in terms of inspections.
So all of our boilers and heating systems are required to go through Department of Buildings inspections, and so we are in compliance with that. We work closely with the Department of Buildings. We do our summer overhaul, which we've actually already started now on some of our warmer days to make sure all of our heating system is inspected and reviewed.
Okay. And some of my developments in the district continue to have consistent unsanitary trash pileups. Despite the new garbage bin installation, some of my staff recently saw trash bags and litter on top of the awnings, it's just everywhere. What further steps is NYCHA taking to address consistently low quality of sanitary conditions in the development? And are there benchmarks for success in this area?
Thank you, Councilmember. I'd also like to encourage you, I know you probably work very closely with Brian Honan every day,
Very.
but as you have specific instances, to please let us know so that we can follow up right away on those conditions. We definitely don't want trash sitting out. We know that causes pests. Overall, we've had, we're working with sanitation on all of our trash collections. Obviously, due to the snowstorms, there were delays in trash collections all over the city, not just for NYCHA. But if you have specific instances where you are seeing that, we're happy to follow up. I also want to say regarding trash on canopies, that is an ongoing challenge for NYCHA. It's something we are focused on across all of our developments. We did issue a new policy last year around trash for residents to try to cut down on what we call window littering. And we have told residents that we would start imposing fines if we are able to confirm that they committed window littering. So we are trying our best to educate residents on that issue to try to cut that down.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much the fines will work. I mean, if we're not able to collect rent, we're not going to collect the
Exactly,
fines.
but
So
we're
I don't
trying
know.
our best to at least let them know that this is a requirement of their lease to not conduct those types of behaviors.
And in light of the proposed federal guidance from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development that could restrict mixed status or immigrant households from accessing federal housing assistance, how is NYCHA prepared to respond to this? Do you have any policies or protections being considered to prevent the displacement or loss of housing for those affected families?
Thank you so much for that question. For those of you who don't know, HUD released a new proposed rule regarding mandatory recertification of eligible status families on February 20th. NYCHA values all residents who live in our public housing and Section 8 portfolios, and we are deeply concerned about any proposal that might separate families or that would lead to eviction. We're currently examining the impact of the proposed rule, and we're working diligently both internally and externally with our city partners to respond to the comment on the proposed rule change. That's due at the end of April. And we'll be happy to share once we have a greater idea of how we're going to respond to the rule. However, the greatest challenge for us is that we are basically fully funded by HUD, and we are required to follow the regulations that are proposed and enacted by the federal government, as awful as they seem.
Okay, well, I look forward to that document. I also look forward to the document about us being able to use our funding for something outside of security, because we heard the same thing on our end.
Thank you. We've been joined by Chair of Finance, Councilmember Lee, and we'll now proceed to Councilmember Velez with questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, NYCHA team. So I'm going to jump in because I don't want to waste time. I'd like to talk about vacant unit readiness, my favorite topic, given that we are in a housing crisis and we still have thousands of apartments sitting empty. So let's understand what's happening here. So the PMMR reports that the median number of days for vacant unit readiness was 350.1 for the first 4 months of 2026. While this shows decreasing trend over the last 2 years, the turnaround time is still well above 300 days. Are there operational or administrative challenges that cause the delays in vacant unit readiness turnaround times?
Thank you, Councilmember. I know we have talked extensively about this issue before. So I do want to report that our current turnaround time for vacant units is down to 341 days as of February 2025. And that's down from 401 days the previous February.
Can you say that one more closer to the mic?
341 days as of February 2026, sorry. And that's down from 401 days in February 2025. We are moving in the right direction towards our goal of 300 days, and that's what's most important, is that trajectory. We continue to look at ways to increase productivity. And again, as we address the longest standing vacant units, that turnaround time obviously stays very long. But the more we get to sooner units, that turnaround time will
So
come down.
what are
I-
the specific
Yeah, can I just, I
problems?
just want to add that in 2025, we turned over the highest number in recent years with 4,703 move-ins in 2025, which is a 76% increase since 2023.
But so what is the total number that exists right now, vacant units?
So right now, our vacant units that are in turnover process are 6,192, and that's as of March 1st.
Okay, given obviously there is improvement, we gotta give that credit, but we're still we're almost still a year to turn over apartments. We're still above 6,000 empty units. What are the problems that we can't seem to get at?
So again, the major causes of the turnaround time are the environmental work that we think is very important and also required to happen as part of turnover. So both lead and asbestos work is performed in every unit upon turnover. We have the testing information. If they are found to have those hazards, they are made full lead abatement, so fully cleared of lead and asbestos free. So we have to go through that environmental process before we start any of the regular skilled trades work. And again, it's important to remember that our residents are typically in those apartments for about 27 years. So there's significant skilled trade work that's needed. Typically, we take out all of the cabinets, we put in new plumbing fixtures, plastering and painting all has to happen in the apartment before it's even ready to be shown for a selected and prospective tenant.
So how many contracts do we have related to lead and asbestos? Like where are the problems? Do we have not enough contractors? Do we have not enough employees? Like where are the problems here?
One other issue that we face in seeing a total reduction is that, again, 60% of our move-ins are actually transfers. So for 60% of the time when we move someone in, we are creating another vacant unit. And so that does prevent us from seeing a total decrease. But I think the important thing is that increase in production that we're seeing year over year is showing that we're getting through those blockades, that we're able to provide healthy, environmentally cleaned apartments for new prospective tenants is very important.
So how much have we invested in contracts for lead and asbestos abatement?
Rather than focus on the contract amount, I'd say for per unit for lead abatement for a turnover is about $20,000, and for asbestos it's about $25,000 per unit. That's just for the environmental work. Our expense cost, if we do most of our unit turnovers in-house through skilled trade overtime, and that's about $16,000 per unit. And so we're averaging, I'd say, if full environmental, if both hazards are there, we're looking at about $40,000 per unit.
So even with some, do you want to respond?
Sure.
Okay. I just gotta say, like, even with, so obviously we have seen multiple variations of how much it's costing to turn over an apartment. Even at $50,000 or $60,000 per apartment, the city has invested quite a lot of money, well over, if you just did the dirty math of $60,000 per apartment and 6,000 apartments, the city itself has invested well above and beyond the cost of what that would be. So we seem to have an ongoing problem of continued large investments in capital, costs that don't add up, and a pool of apartments that we can't seem to get online. So we really want to be able to figure out how to drill down and get over this hump that we've been talking about for 4 years, which I'm sure persisted well before our tenure. But while there's some progress, the math doesn't math, and we still have thousands of apartments sitting around campuses. And in Red Hook alone, we have over 200 empty apartments. I'm mystified. we keep having the same conversation. It's a little bit like Groundhog's Day. I compliment you for decreasing a couple of days, and yet we have this incredible pool of apartments sitting available, people waiting for years to get transfers, living with their abusers. Now we have the Trump administration coming for immigrant families. We have people who are on the brink of homelessness, people who have to go to shelter because an apartment can't come online. What is going to give here?
As I've said, I think the production numbers speak for themselves. We are doing more move-ins than we ever have in recent times because we recognize that this is an extremely important affordable housing. However, in addition to the city money, which we're very grateful for, we are using our own federal funds as well for these turnovers. It is more, there is more funding needed. And so we use our overtime, as I said, in order to support this effort as well. So we are putting everything we have towards these turnovers, but because we recognize transfers are a very needy cause as well. Residents need to be able to, escape abusers, to move into conditions that are better than where they are now. So we do have to facilitate emergency transfers, and that is 60% of those move-ins. So yes, it is hard to see an overall number decrease when we are doing that level of transfer.
So,
All right.
Chair, if I could just read through questions and have NYCHA return
You
respond?
can do that during the second round.
Put in the okay.
Yeah,
I gotta go.
if you want to wait till the second round.
I
Or
can't. It's okay.
We can.
All
I'd be
right.
happy to
Thank you.
set
We'll
up a
submit-
follow-up.
unless
We'll
you want to
submit
give
our
them to
question.
another council member, Councilmember Epstein. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, NYCHA. So can we require a vote of residents at future RADPAC conversions, so residents actually have a say in future RADPAC conversions? It's a yes, no. It's really simple.
Yeah, I just was trying to get the
Yeah,
phone.
thank you.
Thank you for the question. No.
Okay, so I really think it's a problem, to be honest. I don't want to get on my high horse, but when residents aren't engaged in this process, they don't really understand what their impact is. And I want to flag this for NYCHA. I know there's state legislation pending, and I also, in a prior life, had state legislation. I would encourage you to reconsider that position. First Houses spent a long time, people have been out of their homes for 2 years. When are you going to commit to moving all the residents back into First Houses by?
Thank you, Councilmember. As you know, I attended every quarterly meeting at First Houses as part of the roof reconstruction project. We have almost completed all of the move-ins, so we expect they will be completed very soon. Many residents opted to stay in their relocated apartments. So we think we only have a handful, but I'm happy to follow up with you.
Yeah, I would like to know by when, because they keep asking me. I see them on the street. They want to move home. So we agreed to move them out and be back in 18 months. It's been over 2 years.
We're finishing the final. The residents weren't relocated for 2 years. The first phase started 2 years ago. But for the final phase, there are a handful of residents still waiting to have those apartments finalized, and then they can make their options.
So I'd love to have a date.
Absolutely, we'll send.
Thank you. We talked a lot about greening New York City and NYCHA, obviously. How we get NYCHA to start moving forward in our, the state law, CLCPA requires us to move for more environmental sustainability. Can we get NYCHA to start composting?
Thank you for the question, council member. So we have run a number of composting pilots in the past. We've also worked with Green City Forest, who runs farms at some of our sites and have a composting operation. And so, we're always open to funding opportunities that allow it to expand those efforts that have been successful to date.
So the answer wasn't really an answer. So when can we get NYCHA to start composting?
So we're doing it at a limited scale.
It's required across the city. Every tenant in New York City, except people who live in public housing, has an obligation to compost. We talk a lot about rat problems in NYCHA, but because there's food waste in our garbage, it just continues to be a rat problem. So we're spending so much money on other things because of the rat problem that, composting is a really simple solution for it. I'd love to see NYCHA figure out a plan to start composting to help residents reduce the rat population. And I'd love to figure out a timeline that we can do this. If it's a funding issue, tell us how much it's going to cost to fund composting in NYCHA. if we like we do for every other resident.
Yeah, we're very happy to have a follow-up conversation with you on those points.
Yeah, and I love the overall greening conversations around NYCHA. You've talked a lot over the years with NYCHA leadership around ensuring that we have moving from gas to electric and what those opportunities might be. I'm wondering what the green plan for NYCHA will be, and if you are releasing a green plan to help you move to more environmental sustainability.
Sure, thank you very much. So both environmental sustainability, but also resiliency to storms is a very important part of our capital planning and our regular investments. We release what we call our NYCHA sustainability agenda every 5 years. That both looks back at the progress we've made over the last 5 years and our goals for the next 5. The next agenda will be coming out next month.
Right.
And so that will be a comprehensive plan. And in particular, we have done a
Is this specifically about greening NYCHA, or is it just generally about NYCHA's 5-year plan?
No, it's specifically about sustainability efforts and resiliency efforts at NYCHA.
And so that's good. You're going to have public comment, or you're just releasing it next month?
We have been engaging with resident leadership through our citywide council of presidents with a number of stakeholders.
Great.
We'll be releasing that, and it goes on our website as well for public review and input. Yeah.
Great. So we've had a lot of developments who had no heat all winter. Some of our smaller developments didn't have heat. And it was a really frustrating process. So I want to flag that for you all, and to keep getting, them filing tickets and then us harassing Brian every weekend. It's an unpleasant process, I'm sure, for him, but mostly for the residents who are struggling through no heat, no hot water all winter long. I just want to make I want to hear a commitment from NYCHA that we're not going to have this problem going forward, especially since in those developments where we know there's a problem, we flag those problems. I hope over the next few months we can solve those.
Thank you, Council Member. As I know, particularly on the Lower East Side properties, we've been continuously working with your office and resident leadership to make the repairs needed to that system, and we'll continue to do that over summer overhaul to hopefully improve performance next year.
I just want to, if I chair, just one more minute,
Yeah, you may.
So, so two issues. One, at Strauss House, we've got money to replace the elevator system. The work doesn't seem like it's starting anytime soon, but you were spending money all the time to go there to fix broken elevators. Is there any way to move that process up to expedite that elevator repair? Because you're basically wasting your money by continue to fix an elevator. We all know it needs to get replaced.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. Strauss is one of the sites where we have been able to obtain funding, as you noted, to be able to replace the elevators. We have completed across the portfolio 300 elevators in the last few years. There's been some delays on our elevator projects in the last 12 months, largely due to some of the changes in our project labor agreement and the interest of elevator vendors to continue to work with NYCHA. We have worked very hard to rectify those and are starting to re-procure for all of our elevator projects over the next 9 to 12 months. And so Strauss is on the list of priorities to make sure the design is fully complete. We really just have to go through a re-procurement and bring on a vendor who can do the work.
Yeah, I would love to see an expedited timeline. And just quickly flag, we had a vote last year at Reese Houses. They voted down Rad Pack, but they also there's thousands of people who live there who need repairs. They made a decision, and I support their vote and decision, but we need a plan from NYCHA how to improve the quality of people's living day to day at Reese Houses. So we'd like to know what that plan will look like and how can we be a part to make that plan effectuated. I know we talk at $1 billion in rehab, but it is NYCHA's property. You are the landlord and have responsibility for those families that live there, and we'd like to see a plan.
We're happy to engage on that moving forward. As you heard, we do have constrained resources on the public housing Section 9 side. We do have many active projects at Reese now. I don't have the total amount of investment that's ongoing, but we're happy to continue to work with you, the residents, and other stakeholders on what a plan could look like.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll have Chair of the Finance Committee, Councilmember Lee.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you, Chair. It's interesting because I met with most of the members, the council members one-on-one, just to get a sense of where their budget priorities were, and I have to say housing and NYCHA was at the top for many, many members, and so hopefully you'll take the questions and give us the responses and feedback as we head into the rest of the budget season, because we'd love to see what your plans are for getting a lot of these projects off the ground. So thank you for that. And just going back to the rent collection question that some of the council members were alluding to. So just to clarify, so right now, instead of it being more at 66%, it's closer to 80, or am I misunderstanding? Sorry.
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Lee. So currently, our rent collection rate with arrears is around 65%.
Okay, so it is 65%. Okay. And have you made a distinction between, and I know this was alluded to, but COVID era arrears and more current arrears, which can't be attributed to COVID, and how does your effort at collection differ in each case?
That's a great question. So I will start and then I'll turn it over to my colleague, Eva Trimble, to talk about the rent collection work. So currently, as we noted, our current tenants owe $475 million. And this is after we successfully advocated and applied $297 million worth of rental assistance program funds to tenant accounts. We are actively working to continue to increase our rent collection percentage. We do not believe that there is any additional city, state, or federal money in support of the rental assistance program. So we really are encouraging our residents to reach out to us, come in for payment plans, work with any city partners that might be able to give them additional support. And I'll turn it to Eva to talk more about our plans.
Thank you, Council Member. We don't necessarily differentiate between COVID level arrears and more current arrears. We work with our residents that are not paying rent in a variety of ways, starting with the Property Management Office outreach to encourage residents to pay rent, to bring them into the office to see if they need certain types of resources or services to help support them. But a resident is considered in chronic rent delinquency if they've missed 4 consecutive rent payments. And in the recent past, we've already commenced over 27,000 chronic rent delinquency cases because of the serious condition of our rent arrears.
Okay, and is there a reason why there is no distinction? And is it just the overall 4? Is it, like you said, it's consecutive, right? So, has that changed in terms of during COVID versus now? In terms of the how you, yeah.
Thank you. So we collect a lot of data on rent collection and particularly the aging. So we do have buckets where we can show in each borough and even down to a development level, which arrears were over 180 days versus less than 180 days in different sort of ranges. So yes, there is a way to know, but rent arrears fluctuates every single month as people receive new rent charges, pay or don't pay. But if that's something that the council wants, we're happy to share that data.
Okay, yeah, that would be great. And also, multiple languages, do the know your rights, information go out with it? And like you said, are there other services that they're aware of that they could apply for assistance? And so just wanted to, the language piece is important.
Absolutely. We always communicate to our residents in multiple languages, and we've been doing just recently different rent payment campaigns, which we can share with your office if you're interested.
Okay, perfect. And then just going over to chief savings officers, I'm not sure who was, okay, perfect. And so I'm assuming it's the same 1.5% in 26 and 2.5% in 27 that you're also following?
So we are continuing our conversations with City Hall and OMB about NYCHA specific percentage.
Okay.
As you know, we're a non-mayoral agency.
Yep.
So we're continuing those conversations.
Okay. And I'm trying to look, because I was looking at the PMMR, and I'm trying to find, so for what's the current headcount and what is the vacancy?
Happy to provide. So our current adopted headcount is 11,865 full-time positions. As of February 20th, which is our fourth pay period of the year, we have 11,401 full-time positions active. So we have a vacancy rate of 3.91%, which is 464 full-time positions.
That's actually lower than a lot of the other city agencies, because I'm sure there's no shortage of need, which is why there is not an issue with that. But in terms of, I noticed also in the preliminary plan changes, just wanting to understand for new needs, in terms of dollar amounts, I don't necessarily see any in the chart, and just wondering why that is. But then I know that in new needs in the narrative section, it talks about the PACT and the trust staff. So just wanted to know if you could go into that a little bit more.
Sure. So the city increased overall funding, specifically in mayoral sources, to support Section 9 housing by $148 million in fiscal years 2027 to 2029. That includes $3.84 million for heat pumps at Beach 41st Street, which is a public housing development, $109.5 million capital add for the One LIC rezoning. And in addition, there was a $71 million net zero reallocation for some City of Yes work.
Okay.
In addition to the funding that you mentioned for the $662 million for PACT conversions
okay.
and trust.
Okay, perfect. And then I know my other colleagues asked questions about the vacancy unit turnaround time, so I'll hopefully we'll get a response to that one. And in terms of the, because I know that a lot of your funding also is state and federal, and so just wanting to know, and forgive me if this was already gone over, but in terms of potential funding that may not be coming in, how are we going to ensure that that doesn't impact services to residents?
Thank
And
you.
is there a plan you have for that? Sorry.
Yes, thank you for your question, Council Member. We did discuss it in testimony, but happy to reiterate here. So this year, Congress ultimately passed a 14% cut to public housing operating funds, which amounts to a cut of $789 million nationwide. The direct impact to NYCHA could be a potential cut by at least $100 million in 2026 alone, not to mention this sets the bar low for congressional appropriations going forward. We're still working with HUD to determine our final eligibility for funding, and we anticipate that we'll have an update for the council when we come back to you in May. But we do have contingency plans that we have already been thinking about, and we will, of course, try to mitigate any impacts to resident life and safety.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to backtrack on the rental rip-off hearings. Want to know if was there any feedback from the rental rip-off hearings recorded, or is it available for public review?
Thank you, Council Member. No, it was just individual interactions at our resource table.
So none of the
At least not of our individual interactions with NYCHA residents. I don't know if there are broader recordings of the other parts of the hearing, but our individual interactions were specific to residents' issues.
All right, thank you. I guess we'll backtrack to the vacant units readiness program. Both the city and the state have made significant investments in vacant unit rehabilitation in recent years, from fiscal year 2026 to fiscal year 2030. And the city has invested over $220 million in vacant unit readiness, with additional $25 million in state funding from the City of Yes commitments. How many units will this nearly $250 million investment support the rehab of? And despite the significant investment in the vacant unit readiness, what are the NYCHA matrix that indicate that as of February 2026, the number of vacant units was, I believe, 6,130, and I think the number's corrected today is 6,192, which is over the 400 more than the number in February 2025. Why do we continue to see the vacant unit numbers continue to rise?
So, Council Member, you are correct that there is $222 million in city funds budgeted over the next 5 years, an additional $25 million in state capital funding for City of Yes, total of $247 million. In terms of what we've actually spent from fiscal year 23, 24, and 25, we spent a total of $45 million on the vacant unit readiness program.
Okay. Yeah, continue.
And again, that's just the city funding. We provide additional resources from our own federal budget to support the vacant unit turnover. And again, I want to emphasize that 60% of our current move-ins are transfers, and that is why the number continues to go up.
All right, and do NYCHA need additional funding to invest to support getting these units online? Is that the issue?
We're very grateful for the support we get from the city and now the state towards this effort, and we're happy to have continued conversations about that.
What operational improvements has NYCHA made to the vacant units readiness program and in the past 2 or 3 years, and why have they been unable to reduce the total volume of vacant units?
We've made significant production changes in order to increase the number of move-ins. So we've had a 76% increase since 2023 in the number of move-ins to a total of 4,703 in 2025. We're continuing to look at ways we can improve. As more of our portfolio goes through lead and asbestos abatement, that turnaround time will go down, as will the cost per unit. So over time, we will be able to continue to increase production.
And NYCHA has an average time to prepare vacant apartments. I think it was about 83.5 days in fiscal year 2019, before the pandemic. What will it take to get the average days to rehab back under 100 days and not stay at the 350 or more?
So that previous number did not reflect the environmental needs that we are now addressing in our units. So all units, again, get tested and remediated, or abated rather, for lead and made asbestos free.
Okay.
And that is done consistently on every turnover. That alone can take 4 to 6 months, depending on the number of components that are positive and need abatement. But
Okay.
as our portfolio continues to go through those changes, that is a one-time cost and a one-time time impact that we hope we won't see in the future.
Okay. Well, can we get a breakdown of which units are getting abated for lead or asbestos versus those getting cosmetic rehabs?
Every unit that tests positive gets abated.
How does the time frames as far as the turnover difference in those causes?
So for lead and asbestos, it's about 4 to 6 months of abatement work, depending on how many components in the apartment test positive.
And can you share a workflow of how units get ready after vacancy, after vacancy with the committee?
Sure, we can follow up with your office and share some of that information. But again, residents typically spend about 27 years in an apartment. So upon turnover, there's significant skilled trades work that needs to get done. We typically remove all of the cabinets. We do plumbing work and upgrades. We do plastering and then painting of the apartment. And that all happens after the abatement for both lead and asbestos.
And what's the average cost of making a vacant unit move-in ready?
So the average cost is about $40,000, and that includes the environmental work.
And with NYCHA's outstanding need for capital improvement being large, do you have an estimate of how many additional revenue NYCHA would take in from the activation of the 6,000 units?
I don't have that number with me today, but we can.
Can you get that to us, please? Do you have an estimate of the impact that additional revenue would have on funding key safety and well-being improvements such as the HUD pillar areas like lead and mold?
Again, we can follow up once we've determined what that revenue is.
Okay, and what steps is NYCHA taking to ensure property security for these vacant units? I know that's been something of a concern and frustration by residents who occupy units near those particular vacant apartments. So what steps have been taken where squatters or non-residents may be in danger for lawful residents in the developments?
Thank you, Council Member. It's a frustration for our property management staff as well. No one is happy about a squatter coming into our development. But we're happy to report that we've had a very good working relationship with both DOI and NYPD on our Housing Bureau reclamation work. And so since the start of that work in 2023, we've recovered over 630 apartments in conjunction with the NYPD and DOI. And most of that work starts from a property management report or a resident report of someone maybe being in a unit that is not authorized to be in that unit. And so property staff takes that information to the law department, and we work closely with NYPD and DOI to investigate whether the people in that unit are authorized to be in that unit or not, and then we follow up with the NYPD to reclaim the unit.
So is there an active list of those units that are occupied?
There's obviously a list that we're currently working on, but we don't have a full list of every squatter condition, but we encourage residents to report that. We have an anonymous tip line that they can report that to if they don't feel safe reporting it directly to property management.
Well, you just said that the management staff is working actively to identify those particular units.
Yes.
I mean, they obviously have
As I said,
a
we have a list that
role
we're
of-
working on, but if we don't, there's obviously some that maybe we don't know about, and we'd encourage residents to report that to us.
So you're saying that there's some units that you don't know of that have squatters in them?
Of course, yes. We don't possibly know everything that's going on. When we're told or when we find out about squatters in a unit, we start to take action. But I don't know.
So how
right now.
often are y'all checking on these units for security purposes? It goes back to securing them. How often? What does that look like? Is there a constant check on those units
Yes.
that are vacant?
Yes, thank you, council members. So we've started to do annual inspections on all vacant units that are as part of our annual inspections of all units. In addition, vacant units do have many workers coming through as part of the turnover process. And as part of the DOI report that just came out, we did agree to do monthly vacant unit inspections as well.
And when do you plan to start that?
We are working on some technology upgrades in order to track that work, and I can get back to you with the timing.
Well, I just want to make hopefully it's an urgent response, because obviously having a vacant unit and having someone, a squatter in there, we've heard a host of security issues and concerns that are coming from the residents. So I'm hoping that NYCHA moves forward with securing those particular units. I think the chair of the finance committee touched on federal funding risk, particularly funding for the emergency housing voucher program provided by HUD, which provides assistance to about 5,500 households in our city, and is set to expire come this November of this year. Do you have any updates on the status of the funding for this program?
Thank you for that question. As you know, EHV was originally funded through 2030, but a change was announced in March of 2025 saying that the funding would sunset at the end of 2026. Continuing rental assistance for the EHV households is a priority for NYCHA, and we are currently evaluating alternative options. But there is currently insufficient funding for those households.
Have you been working with the administration to find other programs that these households might qualify for?
Of course.
Okay. And what is the total annual cost for these families to maintain their housing?
$124 million.
$124 million. Okay. I guess we'll move on to now evictions and Office of Impartial Hearings. The Office of Impartial Hearings within NYCHA oversees hearings and grievances between tenants and the authority. Does the Office of Impartial Hearings also oversee the disputes between tenants and PAC developers as well?
No, they do not.
Who oversees those disputes?
Oh, is it? No, he asked for OIH.
Can we repeat the question?
No.
Okay.
OIH handles disputes between NYCHA and our tenants. They do not handle disputes between pact partners and tenants.
So who?
That would be housing court. OIH is different than housing
No,
court.
no, no. But I'm asking you who oversees, like who, I believe, isn't NYCHA responsible for intervening in controversies or disputes that may come up with tenants and the developer or management company?
So I think, I'm not sure I understand your question.
Let
So
me,
if you can
that's why I asked.
clarify it, that would be.
So I'll ask the question again. Maybe that may bring some clarity. It says the Office of Impartial Hearings within NYCHA oversees hearings and grievances between tenants and the authority. Does the Office of Impartial Hearings oversee disputes between the tenants and PAC developers? And if not, who does?
So the answer is no.
Okay.
And if there are disputes that need to be adjudicated, that would be done in housing court. If there are disputes that a tenant brings to our attention, we routinely meet with our pact partners, our tenants. As Jonathan said earlier, people can call 311, they can call the CCC, they can call the ombudsperson, depending on the issue.
Right.
But if you're talking about the adjudication, that would be in housing court.
Okay, so how many complaints or disputes come about that are reported to NYCHA for PAC?
I don't have a total number because we have, as we have described throughout this hearing, there are many venues for
Right.
which complaints come through, whether it's directly through the PAC partner or from residents rather directly to us, whether it's from council members. Residents directly have a lot of our numbers, so we don't have an aggregate number.
Okay, so I guess this question will narrow it. Can you share information about the number of hearings per month or year, their outcomes, and any trends in evictions you are seeing?
This question is regarding OIH, correct?
Correct.
Okay. At any given time, the Office of Impartial Hearing has approximately 750 active matters. In addition to conducting hearings, OIH handles a variety of other administrative responsibilities. In 2025, the OIH scheduled over 1,300 cases for hearings, issued over 2,000 decisions stemming from hearings, defaults, and other applications, and scheduled or facilitated over 1,300 right to counsel conferences.
And these are eviction disputes.
No, they're all types of hearings. So
Okay, but particularly for eviction disputes, can you give us the numbers on that?
that is information that I don't have in front of me.
Can
but
you
can get that for you.
I would like for you to
Certainly.
provide that for this committee, please. During the PAC conversion process, Section 8 developers can choose to forgive or collect rental arrears. Am I correct? And if chosen, a portion of those collected arrears are intended to go to Section 9. Am I correct? Is that?
Well, we sell the arrears at the closing, so they pay us for arrears. So I'll let the CFO explain how that benefits Section 9.
Let me just give some context. In a hearing we had a couple of months back in the previous session of the council, it was stated that if there are arrears during the conversion, that the management company can either forgive, or new owners or developers, they can either forgive, or they can either they can either collect those arrears. And then we was told that there's also deals that are made with NYCHA, that can be made with NYCHA, but NYCHA can get a percentage of those arrears. Is that still the case?
That is correct. So there are two things that happen. Prior to the conversion, as a part of the closing deal, we determine how much, the PAC developer will pay us for arrears. We have a general rule that we don't take less than 80 cents on every dollar of arrears owed. After the closing, the developer can decide from their perspective whether or not they want to forgive the arrears, keep the arrears, partially forgive, but that is independent of the funds that NYCHA receives.
Okay, and which developments have those agreements been agreed to, and how much of that has been collected?
Every development. At the time of conversion, we decide what to do with the arrears, and as a part of the deal documents, they have to pay us at closing.
So every development
That has converted through
has made an agreement.
Correct.
Okay, and who oversees the collection and the distribution of those arrears?
The collection is overseen by the finance department, is treated like any other receivable.
And do we know how much has been collected?
We can get that number for you.
Okay. Obviously, when we're talking about revenue generation, generating revenue for the authority, when it comes down to commercial space rental, how many commercial space vacancies exist within NYCHA's portfolio?
Thank you for that question. We have 70 total commercial spaces, 60 are occupied, 10 are vacant. The total gross rent roll for 2026 as of March 23rd is $4,192,208.34.
Do you have a plan to fill those vacancies?
Yes.
Because I mean, the authority's in the need
Yes, of course.
of revenue. And what's the plan?
The plan is we're looking for a tenant that can pay us rent. So as with every other vacant commercial space, we have a team that's currently working on trying to fill those vacancies.
Are these units also in disrepair as well? I mean, are these particular spaces in disrepair, and is there some type of plan or program to repair them if that's the case?
I'm not sure what these vacant spaces look like. We can certainly get back to you. I would assume that
So that would be
they would
part
have
of
to
the
be
plan, right?
built up or built out as
But
part of the
that would be
lease.
part of the plan to have that assessment
Correct.
made, right? If you're going to rent them. Okay. All right. Do you have a sense of how much revenue could be generated? I think I had asked that earlier. To support the critical infrastructure needs of Section 9 developments through the renting of these spaces?
I do not, but I feel pretty confident to say that these 10 vacant units are not going to substantially impact the $80 billion need that we have. Of course, we always want to generate revenue, but
It will
they're not
be a
gonna-
plus.
They're not going to save, of course, of course.
So I think for NYCHA residents, they would like those
We would like
commercial
it
spaces rented. So
Correct.
okay, is there any opportunity for these commercial spaces to support NYCHA resident pop-ups or small business owners living in NYCHA developments? This is part of the plan. I'm trying to help you, give you
I
ideas
think
on
there
how
are
to
many
put this plan together that you
options
said you
that
have
could be
together.
part of the plan.
Okay. And actually, another question that will help you formulate this plan that you have already. Have you explored the idea of working with social services, community-based organizations to provide programming such as workforce development, counseling, cultural enrichment opportunities for these spaces?
We have many other spaces, our community centers, and I can turn it over to our
No,
chief-
I'm not talking about the community centers. I'm talking about these
10
the 10
vacant
vacant spaces in your plan that you have.
If those community service providers can pay us rent, then we are open to including them in our plan.
Okay. Well, we look forward to seeing your plan once you create the plan. Okay.
Perfect.
We look forward to it. Thank you. Now we will now move to the second round of questioning, and we have Councilmember Mealy who has joined us, and we'll obviously get the opportunity to ask questions. Councilmember Mealy.
Thank you, Chair. I had a quick question. Thank you. The preliminary financial plan for fiscal 2026 and 30 includes fiscal budget 2027 of 375.9 million for NYCHA pass-through expense funding, unchanged from the amount budgeted in November. The city's share of NYCHA fiscal budget in the preliminary budget was 103 less. So could you explain that in regards to the fiscal budget going forward in November to the current one in 2027?
Thank you, Councilmember Mealy, for that question.
Is it 15 million less?
So I don't know what particular numbers you're referring to, but I will say that there are discrepancies between the NYCHA adopted budget, which was passed in November of 2025,
Yeah.
and the city's preliminary plan, which was recently released. So NYCHA only releases one budget a year. And so in 2025, in November, when we adopt our budget with our board, we include the city sources at that time. As we, of course, manage through the year, we do have conversations with City Hall and OMB to ensure that we are using the funds that are added for us appropriately. But we only pass one budget a year, so you won't see adds in a formal adopted budget from the prior months.
Okay, I'm sorry that I was late. I'm upstairs. Could you go over how many vacancies you still have left? You said it's 70. Could you go over that again, please?
In what kind of vacancy, ma'am?
NYCHA vacancies, the commercial space.
Thank you for that question. We have a total of 70 commercial spaces, 60 are occupied, and 10 are vacant.
10 are vacant. Do you know how many vacancies in NYCHA that are vacant on the first and second floor?
I believe all of our commercial spaces are on the first floor, but we can check that and get back to you.
No, because I'm just noticing since the city of Yes, all of a sudden, I've counted at least about 10 NYCHA developments that have mysteriously, a first floor is vacant, the second floor is vacant. With City of Yes, it can be commercial on the first and second floors. So I was just wondering how many of your NYCHA developments that have the first and second floor vacant. Could you please give us an update on that? Because that is not something I'm just saying. It's true.
Thank you for that question. We will check to see where our 10 vacancies are located, and we will break it down between first floor and second floor.
Okay, then. Could you give me, how much revenue are you getting from Amazon with those boxes? I never saw a hearing on it, but I see at NYCHA you have those Amazon boxes. So what kind of revenue are you getting from them?
Thank you, Councilmember. We can follow up with you on the exact amount, but we
How long they been there? You should know about how much you're making off of them, right?
Yes, I'm sorry, I just don't have that information with us today, but we do work closely with resident leaders to place those lockers
Oh,
in
the
developments.
resident leaders knew about?
Yes.
Y'all went to them?
Yes, every time we're considering a resident locker, we walk the development with the resident leader to confirm the placement and to confirm that they're
If some of
accepting
them did not want it, it was only the resident leader that made that decision.
resident leader with their board, yes. But we're happy to report that we have over 1,000 individual lockers installed across 130 developments. We've had over 1 million packages delivered through those lockers, and it's really increased the safety and security, both preventing thefts and of packages and
So you
increasing
don't know
security.
how much y'all making now because
We
you
will-
are helping Amazon, are you not?
We do have a contract where Amazon pays us a certain
How
amount
much was the contract?
per month for each locker. It could be 50 to 100 per box.
50 to 100 a box?
Per box, depending on the development.
You could have got more. Is there any other outside vendors that you're making extra money off?
We have a
And
variety.
should any of that funding go to the TA presidents?
So the funding is actually considered public housing program income, and by HUD rules, we're required to provide it back to the development in the same way that we would rent. So we
How
are
did
not
you-
allowed to give it to the tenants.
How do it
or
go back
resident
to the
associations.
tenants?
It has to go back to the budget of that particular development. So
To
every
do what? I just want
to
to know.
support the operating budget. So it could be to support the contracts, the personnel. It's not a significant amount of money, but every dollar that we collect at that development has to go back to the budget at that development per the HUD rules.
So just to upgrade that development, not to give to the constituents of that development. Since the TA did give y'all authorization, is there any way it could go back to the people?
It cannot go to the tenant association by the HUD rules. It has to go back to the development budget overall, which would benefit the residents.
Could you tell me one benefit?
It supports the normal operating budget of the development. So it helps to pay for the staffing, the contracts, in the same way that rent does, in the same way
So
that
could you
funds from
hire
a
one of the
laundromat do.
constituents or one of the TA or one of their board members that they could see tangible?
We have a full Section 3 program where we do hire public
which
housing
that's not
residents,
really
which we're happy
working.
to discuss.
Okay.
Could we do something on Section 3 to see how many of the constituents of NYCHA is really getting these jobs?
Yes, I'll oblige to that.
Have a breakdown of the jobs that NYCHA, and I'm done. Thank you.
We'll allow another round for you, Councilman Mealy, if you.
He was
Okay.
about to give it to me.
Councilmember Marte.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Earlier today, you mentioned that you're looking at other properties to do demolition. What are some of those other properties that you have classified need demolition in your perspective?
Well, as I said, we don't identify sites and think this is a site for demolition, right? What we do is we prioritize the sites that need investment, and we go and we start talking to residents about the need, what we understand the need to be through the physical needs assessment that Sean described earlier, and we hear from them what they think the needs are. And we talk about the range of options, which could be preservation through conventional PAC preservation, or it could be some combination of preservation with new construction. So we don't go in assuming a demolition. It is, what can we do to invest in this community?
From your active conversations, can you tell us which developments have had that conversation of potential demolition, and ones that you might be interested in pursuing?
Right now, the only other development that is considering new construction is Meltzer.
Okay. The Meltzer. He said, just making it clear. Every agency was assigned a chief savings officer, and a report was due a few days ago. When do you estimate that report is going to be public knowledge for the council to see?
Since our chief savings officer has stepped away for a minute, if we can, we'll stick a pin in that, and she can respond to that when she's back, because I'm unsure and I don't want to misspeak.
Are there any major potential saving mechanisms that NYCHA is pursuing as part of this report that the mayor required that you can share with us today?
I can say that when we were preparing our 2026 budget, under the backdrop of knowing that we would have a significant decrease in our federal funding, we really took a hard look at our individual budgets, and we were able to find about $100 million worth of savings. Now, that savings based on our federal funding. The operating funding that we get from the city is really, because we're not a city agency, is minimal. So the savings that we realized and which allowed us to go into 2026 with a balanced budget is different than the savings exercise that the city asked us to go through.
Okay. Since just going back to you mentioned Meltzer, I know during the Bloomberg administration there was plans for a next gen development in Meltzer. Is this readopting that proposal, or is this a new proposal that you had conversation with the tenant association there?
As I understand the Bloomberg proposal, it was meant to be an infill, 80% market, 20% affordable on the vacant or on the park space essentially, while then using the proceeds from that transaction to rehabilitate the existing development. So that's what that was. But that's not what we're talking about. What the residents of Meltzer have said is that they want a brand new building for themselves. So we have they have actually just made that determination last week. They very affirmatively said in front of the elected officials and others that they would like a new building at Meltzer. So that's part one, and then we will think about what to do with the existing building.
Okay. I have no further questions, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Elsie?
I thought you were going to do it again. You did good the last time. So we mentioned, you guys mentioned that you had 464 full-time vacant positions. How many of those are maintenance positions?
So in truth, I don't have it by maintenance, but I can tell you that at the properties and borough offices, there are 64 full-time positions that are vacant. In our operations support services, there's 203, and in our central office departments, it's 197, but I don't have it by maintenance workers specifically.
Okay, and in consideration of that, if a development was to lose some maintenance workers, she does have it. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, it's pretty small. So the maintenance workers, they must be really small because they're not on my list.
Okay, so really, really small. But if a development were to lose maintenance workers, we do shift around maintenance workers. So there's equity across the system in terms of a development not having one and another development having 3. I don't know.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. I want to also add that while it seems like a lot, our time to fill frontline positions is about 30 days right now. So we are working well to rehire once we have a true vacancy. But if there is a significant situation where we have a vacancy and we need support, we are able to shift from other properties on a temporary basis in order to make sure that we have coverage while we are going through that hiring process.
And is that determined by the size of the development? How many maintenance workers they receive?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And then typically, so wait, let me go back. So I want to talk about some of the delays in the capital projects. I know you said that it takes about 4 to 5 years for capital projects to be completed, and that's if nothing else interferes, I'm assuming. But for example, there are developments in my district that experience high levels of public safety concerns, right? We may put in money for security cameras. That project might go really, really quickly. However, the true determinants of crime and what we really need to address are things like community centers. And even when they're fully funded, they take a really long time to get through. Now, I know that that's a bigger project than a camera being installed, but I'm trying to understand the prioritization. I mean, we have a community center that's been on hold since the de Blasio days. It's really affecting the quality of life and the safety of our residents when we can't provide those resources. So I'm just trying to get to where that delay is when it comes to bigger projects. Is there enough staff? Is there, what happens there?
Great, thank you for the question. And I know across the 23 developments you have, there are many different ongoing projects and ongoing needs. You're right, projects like CCTV move much more quickly than other types of projects given the specific scope of work. Community centers in particular are quite complex because they involve so many different trades. However, in terms of your question around prioritization, as soon as we have funding available, we move projects very quickly. There's no prioritization or lag that a certain type of project moves quicker than another. We typically maintain sufficient resourcing to be able to ensure that there isn't a gap between when funding's available to us and we can initiate a project. Often we even staff a team before the funding is fully available. Once we know it's secured and it's coming, we'll start engagement on the site and then we move the project quickly. So the real constraint on some of the community centers that you may be thinking about is that we don't have funding for renovation there. And that comes back to a broader question of how we prioritize our capital funding. The vast majority.
Well, specifically, I was talking about Wagner, if you wanted to look it up, and that funding was complete. I'm sure after all of these years, it probably needs more funding now, which is a problem because when things take a long time to get, once they're fully funded, if they don't move, then we end up having to pay more money because costs go up every year.
Yes. So I can come back to you with the specific details on Wagner. We do provide on any active projects that's publicly available on our website, the initial schedule of the project, where exactly we are today, what is the forecast schedule if there have been any delays, and then we also provide a biannual summary letter to all council members of all projects in their district, including those that are council funded and those that are funded from any other source, that provides the same level of detail of what's happening in each project. So I can follow up, and if you have not seen that recent biannual letter that we've sent, we can send that again. And that would not only provide the details on Wagner, but all of the projects in your district.
Yeah, okay. And then typically when a building fails inspection, a regular building, not a NYCHA building, when they fail an inspection, they usually get a fine or something. What happens with NYCHA when there's an inspection failed, when there's mold or lead, or what is the process there? I don't know.
Thank you. Can you clarify what kind of inspection you're referring
A building
to?
inspection. So when a regular HPD building gets inspected for a 311 triggers an inspection from the Department of Buildings, there's an accountability measure. There's a fine that's assessed if they are out of compliance. I'm just trying to figure out what the accountability measure is. If NYCHA's doing their own inspections, finding things, what happens?
Yeah. So NYCHA buildings go through a variety of different inspections. We are required by HUD to do our own inspections every year of all apartments. And so last year we have to achieve over 95% of apartment inspections. And last 2 years we were able to do so. In addition, HUD does inspections of our properties every year. And so those are called our Inspire inspections, and those are conducted by HUD, and we work with HUD to follow up on any deficiencies found during those inspections. And then in addition, if residents are involved in housing court actions, HPD may come and they wouldn't do a whole building inspection, but they would come to the apartment and they would inspect the condition and they would issue us a violation.
And are fines associated with that ever, or did they not apply for NYCHA?
We don't get the fines,
You
but
don't
we
get the
have to follow up with HPD on all the inspections.
And are those Inspire inspections made public, the findings of those?
I think they may be on the HUD website. We can confirm.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. All right, I have some follow-up questions to the questions we gave earlier. And first, I want to go back to Fulton Elliott Chelsea. Want to know directly, why has NYCHA not submitted the Fulton Elliott Chelsea application to the City Council for approval through the ULUP process? The initial process when the transition or the conversion was taking place.
So each of the first two buildings at Fulton and Chelsea Addition can be built as of right and do not require ULURP.
Now, following up to one of Councilmember Chiosei's question earlier, after PAC conversion is complete, who is responsible for the building upkeep and physical need?
The development team that we have selected. So it would be the joint venture between the developer and the property manager.
Because I know there have been under the conversions that have been done, residents have complained and said that during that process, services, as far as when calls are made, they're not being responded to.
So again, just to be clear, prior to the conversion, the buildings are still under
Under
the
NYCHA, right.
NYCHA responsibility. So anything that happens before the conversion should go through NYCHA. After the conversion, everything should go through the property manager. And then, as I said earlier in the hearing, if residents don't feel like they are having their issues addressed, there are many venues. Again, they can reach out to the asset management team. They can call 311. They can call the CCC. They can call the ombudsman. They can go through our leased housing team. So there's a lot of venues to have issues addressed if, for whatever reason, it's not
Okay.
not to their satisfaction.
I know you mentioned the satisfaction rate for PAC residents. Do you have a satisfaction rate data for for just traditional Section 9 residents? And if so, what is that rate?
We do
Yeah.
not have that for Section 9.
So how do you gauge the residents when there are issues and complaints?
We did conduct a
NYCHA?
resident survey for Section 9. I don't have the results with us right
So
now.
there is a
I'm not sure if there was a equal
So just provide it
satisfaction,
for
but
the
we can
committee.
follow up on the resident survey.
Y- Okay, so if you can provide that for the committee, we appreciate it. Backtracking also to the vacant unit readiness follow-up. How many NYCHA staff are focused just on the vacant unit readiness program?
So we don't have staff that are specifically focused on vacant unit readiness. What it is all of our skilled trade, our lead, our abatement workers, they're all working both in occupied apartments as well as unoccupied or vacant apartment.
Okay, and when looking at looking at contracted out work versus skilled trade pieces done in house, is there any general vacant unit readiness contract where vacant units come under one portfolio, or does each development have their own contracts?
So for the most part, I want to say over 70% or so of our vacant units are turned over by our staff, our skilled trade teams and property management teams. We do use vendors for about 20 to 30% of the vacant units. Particularly, we're focusing our vendors in areas where we have vacant unit turns in relation to our modernization programs. So since we hold vacant units offline for facilitating relocations for our upcoming trust programs, but our comprehensive modernization programs like at St. Nick's and Toad Hill, we want to make sure residents are able to have units nearby their home development for that relocation time period. And so that creates a cluster of vacant units all in one spot. And so we use vendors to address those.
And so is it centralized?
That piece is centralized.
Okay. Are there any performance metrics in those contracts?
I'd have to check those contracts and get back to you.
And what is the total amount, including federal funding, for vacant unit readiness in fiscal 2027? And how much is for contracts versus in-house work?
One second. So for city fiscal year 2027, we have $14.6 million in expense funding for vacant units, and there is $59 million in capital funds for vacant units, in addition to the $25 million we mentioned from the state capital.
Okay.
That money is technically in 26, but we are working on spending it down.
Okay, thank you. When it comes to the comprehensive modernization, what developments are currently undergoing comp mod, and are residents consulted through this process?
Yes, thank you for the question, Chair. So currently we have 4 active projects that are in construction at St. Nicholas Houses, at Toad Hill Houses in Staten Island, at Gowanus Houses, and at Wyckoff Gardens. Residents are engaged extensively, typically starting 2 years before we even get to procurement and bring on a vendor. There are literally thousands of flyers. There are many meetings at each site, both resident leadership as well as broader resident meetings, building up to deciding the scope of the work, putting out a procurement, and then bringing on a vendor. Once the vendor is brought on throughout the design and construction phases, there are requirements for regular ongoing engagement of residents in the process.
Is that engagement, is it documented?
Yes, all of that is documented.
Can you turn that over to the committee?
Yes, and in fact, a good amount of it we put on our website, so residents at those specific developments can see the materials, can see the actual engagement that's happened over the years.
And is there also a satisfaction survey for that work?
Yes, so moving forward for all capital projects, last year we piloted a project-specific survey for each project that happens after the design phase and after construction. This year we're scaling that up to our whole portfolio. The Citywide Council of Presidents actually inputted to the right questions to ask in that survey to all residents. So we are now rolling that out across all of our projects.
Can you give us some insight on what has been the feedback from the residents to those surveys?
Yeah.
And can you also then provide those surveys or that data to us?
Sure. So we'll provide the survey questions and all that with you during the pilot phase. And we've surveyed both the residents and we also survey our property and staff who are involved in the project and can give us insights on how to deliver projects better with less disruption to the property, et cetera. We ask a range of questions around how they were engaged in the initial scoping, the planning, how they were engaged in it, to the design process, how resident input was reflected, and then also during construction, did we do the best we could to minimize disruption, to communicate about what's happening, and to involve them in the process of checking the quality of the work, things like that. Now, these surveys are to the resident leadership, and there's a variety of questions. I can tell you that in the pilots we did, they can rate each thing from a kind of 1 to a 5 type of scale, and typically we were getting in the ranges of 4s or 4.5s on average.
Pretty high.
Yeah, we were surprised that the first time we rolled this out, we had quite positive feedback, but obviously it's a small sample of projects. We're very keen to roll it out fully and really use that to continue to improve the way we engage and deliver projects.
If you can turn that over to us, we would love to verify what you're saying today.
Yeah, we can share some information from there. Yeah.
Thank you. I know earlier you mentioned about the $1.2 billion as far as the comprehensive modernization. We wanted to know that $1.2 billion in funding mentioned during the testimony. What's the source?
So a significant portion is coming from the city underneath our City Capital Action Plan, which is part of the HUD agreement. We were able to fund the projects at St. Nicholas and Toad Hill through the Gowanus rezoning, funding the projects at Gowanus and Wyckoff. And more recently, we have been trying to finalize some funding from FEMA for some of the sites that were affected out of the Ida storm.
Okay.
And the funding is substantial enough because they're very small sites with one building where we can do a pretty significant renovation of the site.
And I'm backtracking back to Fulton Elliott, Chelsea. I just want some clarity and want you to clarify. When you said market rate units being developed are subsidizing the capital costs of the development, but what happens to the additional revenue after capital costs are paid for, and does any of that flow back into NYCHA residents?
I mean, the whole financing is based on a multi-decade financing, right? So it is the rents that would be collected from the market rate, are projected out a number of years, and it's not as if there's a one-time slug of money that is provided at the point that we close, and then that's it. It's an ongoing stream of income that we are borrowing against, which allows us to build the buildings.
And I want to just get this on the record. The infills that you're proposing or the infill that you're proposing at Chelsea Fulton Elliott, are these going to be fair market?
Well, there's a portion that would be market rate, yes.
And what's the percentage?
Our EIS studied up to about 2,500 units of market rate. And
so
then
market rate, 25, so
2,500 units of market rate, up to 1,000 units of affordable, and then the 2,056 replacement units.
Is there a percentage of those units that will go to NYCHA residents?
All 2,056 apartments will be rebuilt. So yes, 100% of the
I'm
replacement.
talking about the infill.
So the 1,000, up to 1,000 units of affordable housing has not been programmed yet, but yes, they could be made available to NYCHA residents.
And I noticed that early on we talked about the surveys. It was brought up by Councilmember Marte, and we've I believe there's been a petition that has been circulated at Chelsea Elliott where there's close to over 900 signatures of residents in opposition to the demolition. Are there any plans for the authority to finally listen to the residents of Chelsea Elliott and revisit the community engagement?
We have been listening. We've been engaging with the residents of Fulton and Elliott Chelsea since 2019. There was the working group that was launched in October of 2019 and ran through April of 2021. And then when we picked our PACT partner in conjunction with the residents as part of a resident review committee, and they started to do their inspections, and we collectively started thinking about reconstruction. We had a whole other engagement process in 2023. Which ran for the first half of 2023. So we've been listening for 7 years, and we'll continue to do that.
Is that information, is it made public? Is there any way we can review those surveys that were done?
Yeah, the results and the methodology are all on our website.
So we can review the surveys. And do we have a number of the amount of surveys that were collected?
So there were so what we had said was that anyone over the age of 18 was eligible to fill out a survey. And
Do you have a number of the amount of surveys that were collected?
So there was about 3,000 eligible people who could fill out a survey, and about 1,000 people filled out the survey, so 30%. And then of that,
And
about
out of
six-
that,
about 60% had said that they wanted new construction.
Order, guys, order. Just want to get this on record. Order. Thank you. That concludes the questions we have for the authority. Hopefully you can stay back to hear testimony from the folks who pay your salaries. And we look forward to you staying back so you can hear from the residents and really get a true survey from them. Thank you. We want to maintain a level of decorum. Thank you. Okay, we are opening up the hearing for public testimony. I remind members of the public that this is a government proceeding and decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant of Arms for inclusion into the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out the appearance card with the Sergeant of Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 3 minutes to speak on today's hearing topic. If you wish to submit a written statement or additional written testimony for the record, please give a copy to the Sergeant of Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. Now I'll move forward to calling the first panel, and that's Marianne Salas, sorry about that, Jacqueline Lyra, do apologize, Miss Eves, and Norma Fontaines. Yes, just make sure you can move it closer.
Hi, everyone. My name is Miriam Salas. I'm a resident in Fulton Houses. I've been living there for 27 years. My statement is that the city needs to fund NYCHA. Section 9 are often residents of low income, elderly, and working and hardworking people. Public housing has been historically underfunded. Residents want investments without displacements. Funding should preserve public housing, not replace it or displace residents. I'm in favor of renovation, no demolition. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Yes, you may begin.
Hello, I am a longtime resident of Fulton Houses. I've been living there for 24 years, and we are currently facing a potential demolition of our homes, and our buildings are not falling apart. But due to need of the maintenance work, we are just like any other NYCHA development. This does not mean that we need a demolition. The Public Housing Committee needs to look at how NYCHA has been budgeting the money for Fulton and Elliott Chelsea. They are spending money to fix vacant apartments for displaced residents that are being forced out of their homes to clear the buildings of the tenants for the demolition. If NYCHA can spend money to fix those apartments, why are they pursuing a demolition? NYCHA is spending money on lawyers who are trying to force seniors and out of their homes and yet claim to have no money for the unkept and maintenance. NYCHA and the PAC partners, Essence related companies, last stated that the cost of the demolition and rebuild will be $1.9 billion. That is almost double the cost of fixing our buildings. That estimate will probably increase as time passes. I am urging the committee to look more deeply into the finance of the FEC developments because they are wasting money that could be used right now to improve the lives of public housing residents without having to give public land to related companies and multi-billion-dollar real estate. We will not leave our homes. We will not let our buildings come down. No demolition. We didn't create this problem. NYCHA created this problem, and I think that we have to really look into getting rid of these NYCHA people that are working in the NYCHA buildings and get new people to represent public housing. We need to save Section 9, and we need that money for us. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Eves? While there. And then we'll come back. Yes. Move the mic closer. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Move the mic closer, Eve. Ms. Eves, thank you.
It's good. 'Cause the reason why I put it back is I'm a little loud sometimes.
Yeah, go ahead. You may begin.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ms. Eves for Penn Workman Houses, now under Stanley Avenue Preservations. We have gone into the PAC-RAD conversion, and this PAC-RAD conversion is nothing but white-collar crime at its finest. Our rights were being taken away. We're under dictatorship. We have no right to speak. We have so many illegal break-ins, lockout, lack of security. The materials that they stated that they received the fundings from was scaled back a lot. Things that was promised was not given. Still broken elevators, senior citizens unable to get in their apartments. They're downstairs in the lobby for hours and hours at a time where they have to go to other friends' homes. They did not include any of the seniors and people who are handicapped in a lot of the things. And another thing that I wanted to say is that moving forward, if possible, is because I felt that it was so disrespectful that we sat here and we listened to them for everything that they stated, that is something that's supposed to be better, and it's not, is nothing, has been nothing but a nightmare. Quality of life has gone out the window. Everything that they're saying that they're looking to do to help the residents, know what they're doing is looking to remove us. We right now under the PAC-RAD conversion, we have more evictions at a higher rate, more tenants going to court without legal representation. They state if it because it's landlord and tenant court that you do not have the right to have legal representation, and it's wrong because a lot of the things that were said were misleading to the fullest, to the point that they can communicate what they want to communicate, but if a lot of the people doesn't comprehend what's going on, they're being evicted. There are more people under the PAC-RAD conversion have been homeless and evicted where tenants were not even having a parking ticket. So far, my family per se has been harassed because we stood up for our rights. And myself, my aunt, my daughter, we have been to the court so many times to the point that 141 Livingston Street, because I've been there so much since 2022 till present, they thought that I worked there, and they just discovered this year that I am not an employee. That's how many times that I'm there. Social services does not help, none of the tenants. It's myself that helps the tenants to court, and it's wrong what they're doing. Nothing is fixed, everything is broken. The elevators, mold, all of the above. No security. Security is only for the staff. Out of 22 buildings, we have only 3 securities in the daytime, 3 securities at night. But for CNC management, they have security for themselves, walking them where they need to walk. And it's wrong. What they're doing is wrong, and they don't like when you stand up and you fight for your rights. And I'm still going to continue to fight because once they receive this contract from the PAC-RAD, everything goes out the window because they are conducting recertifications for the tenants, and management should not, private management should not be conducting recertification for tenants under the PAC-RAD. We currently have tenants that lost their
30
Section
seconds
8.
to wrap it up.
Tenants have lost their Section 8s with no notification stating the reason why that they lost their Section 8. All they're doing is prepping everybody to receive a one-shot deal and still looking forward, as they stated at closing, that for them to recoup what they said to receive back. All of this is nothing, like I said, but a white collar scam fraud going on, and who are the victims are the tenants. Thank you, Mr. Banks, and I would appreciate the next hearing that we have, or for the public, maybe you need to do it in reverse, because Let them hear us, and then after that, we hear them, because as you can see, they only came here scripted. And they just got up and left and did not want to hear anything that we had to say. Is because you know why? They don't care. They are abusing the judicial system with the tenants, and it's wrong. And that's all I can say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys, no clapping, guys. Please, if you need to. No, it's all right. Just need to have a level of decorum. And just want to let you know, guys, the reason why we had moved from the tradition of doing the pre-panel is because it's a budget hearing. But trust and believe, at the next hearing, the people will speak first. Okay, now we're gonna move forward to Mrs. Norma Fontaines. You may please.
First language, right?
Spanish is her first
but
language.
she wanted
Excellent.
Testimony in English. I saw a few mistakes, so yeah, I may need to clarify something. when
You
I'm
may.
reading, I will
Yes,
do
you may clarify what you need to.
problem,
Thank you.
Puedes abrir una vez, ponlo una vez, okay.
Pasa que yo dije que parece que me están cobrando renta de la persona que vivía ahí antes de
She's
mí.
saying that she's being charged rent by a previous tenant. I'm sorry, is on? It's on, right? The microphone is on, right? Okay, so I'm going to
It's
read. I
on.
saw a few mistakes, so I will correct them in case, right? Good day to all. What I would like to know is, now that I was relocated and I live in the Fulton houses, I do not have any intentions of moving back to Chelsea. 1 second, let me clarify.
Addition.
¿Qué significa addition?
Addition el nombre.
Oh, I think the complex is called Chelsea Addition, right? That's the name,
Sí,
right? Okay,
that's the name.
thank you for the clarification. Most importantly, I also want to make sure that my living in Fulton houses is reassured, it's a secure place, and that I hope I wouldn't experience a stressful, forceful move against our own will. But now I'm experiencing an unexpected issue living in Fulton houses that I don't understand, having put here by NYCH resident. I've been charged rent, not the same rent when I was living before. The rent had grown with months to $2,000 US. I had spoken upon and by board, and I was ignored by then. I do not need for my credit record to look bad. What she means to say is that she doesn't want the record of her to look bad because of the damages of this debt is causing to her credit record. In housing, paying for my rent, every time it's a different amount increasing. When I have asked other tenants or prior tenants, either moving had changed the rent or have responded negative, that they still had to pay what they always pay in Chelsea Addition. So why is I had this problem and I've been corrected? I feel I've been charged of the moving what the prior tenants or the tenants before her who had lived in the apartment before me had to pay when they were there. So who's going to clear this ugly situation or this payment that's being charged is not me. Who's going to clear the situation? This is a new, stressful situation, and it's also giving me a lot of anxiety. ¿Quieres decir algo más en español? Puedes decirlo si quieres. Oh, this is everything. I found some English grammar mistakes, Mr. Ban, so forgive me. Is anything you want to clarify, just let us know, okay?
Yeah, we thank you for the testimony, and we'll be in touch with you on that. Okay.
Ellos van a comunicarse contigo acerca de tu testimonio. Entonces cualquier pregunta que tengan, te puedes escribirla y todo. Mr. Ban, you want the testimony to be sent to the committee?
Yes, send it to the committee.
Yes.
And then
Oh,
we'll.
she want to say something. You don't
Oh yes.
Okay, puedes decirlo en
Go
español.
right ahead. You have a.
Las dos cajas dos cajas de gato que eran nuevas y un stroller desaparecieron.
Cajas de gatos.
Sí, dos
I,
cajas de
I,
gato
I
y
used to
stroller.
have two boxes for cups and also a stroller. They were very big ones and they belonged to me. And basically they disappear from my apartment.
Two lamps.
Dilo
Dos
en español. And I also, two lamps,
Okay.
live lamps that disappear also from the apartment as well.
All right.
Continúa.
y muchas cosas rotas.
And there are many broken items, and I'm not getting paid for that
Okay.
or reimbursed.
Well, everything that's being stated today is being documented. So when it's transcribed, we'll be able to sort through and see where we can advocate for you. Okay.
Nosotros podemos ser los abogados y cómo poder ayudarte en esta situación. Vamos a intentar lo mejor
Gracias.
para dar
Thank you, mommy.
apoyo.
All right.
Gracias, Ernesto.
God bless you.
Ok, no te preocupes, está bien. Okay.
Okay. We'll call up Layla Laura Galicio. And we have Matane Sarsi. Anna Loaf. Yin is the last name. Y-I-N. Weitong Lin. Weitong Lin? Oh, please approach. Thank you. And he's next. Okay, we'll start with Layla. Good to see you.
Good afternoon, Chair Banks, and thank you for holding this hearing. My name is Layla Logizico. I am the district leader representing Chelsea, and I want to speak about Fulton and Elliott Chelsea.
Excuse me. Hold on. Stop the clock, guys. We need the quorum. Everyone will have an opportunity in a moment to give testimony. So please, we want to maintain a level of decorum, guys. Please. Thank you. Layla, you may begin again.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Layla Logizico. I am the district leader representing Chelsea, and I would like to speak today about Fulton and Elliott Chelsea houses. This project that started as a full renovation project and turned into a demolition project is exorbitant. According to the latest financing documents from the Housing Finance Authority, a state agency, the price tag has now reached $2.4 billion for the demo and rebuild. Much, much more expensive than the renovation would have been. That alone should give every New Yorker pause, but it gets worse. NYCHA and Related are proposing to finance this project with an exorbitant loan carrying roughly 8% interest, a rate that will dramatically increase the long-term cost and burden of this redevelopment. And that is not prudent public financing, it is reckless. And despite what we are being told, this project is fully funded with public dollars. I was very surprised to hear that there is a cross-subsidy because when you look at the financing stack, this seems to entirely contradict what was stated today at this public hearing by NYCHA themselves. The revenue from the proposed market rate units is not earmarked to support the public housing that already exists on these campuses. So the justification for overbuilding simply does not hold. Now let's talk about legality. State public housing law requires ULURP for projects of this scale and impact, not whether the buildings require ULURP or not, just the fact that a project of this magnitude and scale, demolition, full rebuild, mandates that ULURP is triggered. This process has not been properly followed. And even more fundamentally, state law also prohibits market redevelopment at Chelsea houses. Yet that is precisely what is being proposed. So what we're looking at is not just bad policy, it is also a plan that is rife with illegality and misappropriation of public resources. The residents of Fulton and Elliott Chelsea deserve real investment, real transparency, and real respect for the law, not a $2.4 billion experiment that ignores all three. I will add that the suffering that the tenants are going through currently, the harassment that they have been the victim of, is really to be stated at this meeting. You will hear more from them directly. We are incredibly concerned. A lawsuit was actually filed recently to document this harassment. This is something that NYCHA needs to be held accountable to and needs to be addressed. I think that budget has tools to do that, and I really deeply appreciate the work that this committee has done to protect the dignity of public housing tenants. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Guys, no clapping, please. You can definitely, go like this, but no clapping. All right? Thank you. Mr. Sarsi?
Good afternoon, Chair Banks and members of the Committee on Public Housing. My name is Mateen Sarsi. I serve as the co-chair of the Housing, Land Use, and Zoning Committee for Manhattan Community Board 9, and I am also an employee of the New York City Housing Authority. However, I am testifying today in my personal capacity, and the views expressed in this statement are my own and do not reflect any official position or policy. In reviewing the preliminary budget, it appears that public housing residents are subjects in a perverse human experiment to determine how much weaponized incompetence is required to validate the destruction of their homes. We are witnessing a manufactured choice: place public assets under private enterprise, move them to a trust that works with a distrusted organization, or suffer the consequences. A vote for Section 9 should not be a vote for the status quo. It is a vote that says, I believe in public housing. The failure of the current Section 9 model is not a failure of the funding stream, but a failure of stewardship. I am submitting a program proposal for a federally sanctioned solution that requires the built up of the Resident Management Corporations program. Unlike PACT or the Trust, the RMC model professionalizes resident-led oversight within the Section 9 framework. By establishing this institutional capacity required under federal regulation, RMCs can mirror community boards while using public nonprofit solutions to address maintenance, security, and essential services. By utilizing HUD resident savings provisions, RMCs, unlike NYCHA, can retain operational surpluses for site-specific repairs, offering a vital cost avoidance strategy against the IBO projected budget gaps for FY 27-30. We must empower our residents who choose to stay in Section 9 with the professional tools to manage their own environments. I urge this committee to support the RMC program as a legitimate third path solution for NYCHA's future, and I'll be sure to submit both presentations, program proposal, as well as any potential questions for this committee, as well as any council members who are willing to listen about this particular program. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Luff?
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you to Chair Banks and the rest of the Committee on Public Housing for this opportunity to testify. My name is Anna Luft, and I'm the Associate Director for Housing Policy and Advocacy at the New York Legal Assistance Group. I also lead our Public Housing Justice Project. It is the first team of legal advocates in New York City solely dedicated to representing public housing residents through the Right to Counsel program. We represent tenants in Section 9 and tenants in RAD Pact developments through Right to Counsel and through community clinics. For this reason, I think I have particular insight into the differences in the rights and protections that tenants experience in PACT and in Section 9. The city may need PACT for fiscal stability. That is clear from the earlier testimony that is their position. They need PACT for fiscal stability. But tenants living in these developments deserve stability as well. Year after year, PACT landlords evict a larger percentage of residents than NYCHA. As any PACT tenant can tell you, and as many have already testified today, this is not because PACT developers are better managers. It is because of NYCHA's complete failure to create any actionable procedural rights or protections for PACT tenants And then that leaves them without meaningful tools to solve problems or defend their tenancies. And it gives packed landlords little to no incentive to resolve these cases rather than push for evictions. I've submitted written testimony that's much longer than my oral testimony today, and appended to that is a printout of the grievance and lease termination procedures and rights included in NYCHA's ACOP for Section 9, and what's included in the Section 8 administrative plan for PACT. You can see the stark disparity between the two. One is about 2 pages. That's the Section 8 admin plan. And the ACOP is multiple chapters. As an example, PACT tenants have the fewest succession rights out of any regulated housing in New York City, including Section 9, Rent Stable, Mitchell-Lama, Project-Based Section 8, etc. Practically speaking, this means that when the tenant of record dies, unless everything has gone perfectly up until that moment, remaining family members have no meaningful ability to fight for their home.
30 seconds, a minute to wrap up, sorry.
Similarly, PACT tenants are regularly forced to settle non-pays for more than their fair share of rent in violation of the Brooke Amendment because of NYCHA's delays in processing rent grievances or interim recertifications. Unlike Section 9, PACT provides no protections for tenants while rent adjustments are pending. NYCHA can't evict somebody while that's pending. PACT landlords can. PACT is incredibly unpopular among tenants. As the city moves forward with these conversions, NYCHA must be required to create real parity between PACT and Section 9 tenant rights. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for your testimony. Wu-Tang Yin? Okay. All right. You may begin.
可以开始了，好。
谢谢主席。
Thank you, Chair,
Afternoon, everybody.
and everybody.
我们现在好像是911马上要发生了。
So what happens to us is right now it feels as if 911 is going to happen again.
因为为什么这个房子全部拆
Because
迁
of what? After all these houses are demolished,
拆迁以后对我们
after
老年
they're
人
demolished
90
to
岁
us
80岁的人
seniors, for us who are
全部死
over
掉了
80s and 90years
已经死
old
了
or dead.
4户人家了。
4 households had already died. The one who moved out.
他们给我们的房子都
The housing they provided to us,
都不是老年屋，我们是住在
all
老
of
年
them
屋
are senior housing. We live in senior housing.
已经死掉4户人家了。
4 households has already passed away
快100岁了。
who are 90 years old, almost 100 years old.
以后如果拆迁的话，
In the future, if there's demolition
全部造了高房子、玻璃房，把这个整个
and
环
build
境
all of
全部
those
破坏，
buildings
温度提高20度。
with window glasses and damage to all the environment, and the temperature has been increased by 20 degrees.
这个是犯罪，
This is a crime.
是把我们死里面
It's
都。
equivalent to pushing us to death.
以后曼哈顿的下水
In
道
the
没有地方流
future,
了。
you know, the sewage in the Manhattan, there is no place for sewage to go.
还有，
In addition,
现在我们切尔西436号的老人屋已经变成鬼楼了。
one second for
我少
interpreter. 什么？
鬼楼啊
436，你再说一遍，没听懂。
436号，27届。
Uh-huh. Now, for us who live 436 27th Street,
威斯福。
啊
W27。
W 27th Street.
Yes. Yes.
Yes,
26已经变成鬼屋了。
have already been converted into a ghost house.
希望
Hopefully,
希望议员
councilmen
声援我们，帮助我们，
help us to advocate, to make our voices heard,
阻止这种犯罪行为。
to stop these crime activities.
OK， 谢谢大家。
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your testimony.
谢谢你的公正。Thank you.
Lorraine Roberts, Malik Kasausa, James Koga, and Tiffany Khan. Lorraine Roberts. No. Just repeating your name. No, not as yet. No. Just repeating your name, man.
Okay.
Just repeating your name. Hold on. 1 minute.
Lorraine Roberts.
No, not you. I'm repeating your name to make sure you're at the dais. It's all right. Okay. Malika Kausa. Tiffany Khan. Tiffany Love. And James Koga. Renee Kit. And Zule Vasquez. Lorraine Roberts, you may begin.
The private, I forget his name, but anyway, you asked him a question as to whether first of all, I'm from Elliott, Chelsea. I've lived there 35 years. You asked him a question, the gentleman, I forget what his name was. But anyway, you asked him if the tenants at Elliott Chelsea were involved in the first, when they first came to convert us. And he said we had a lot of input. That's not true, because we had no idea that they were speaking about demolition. We thought it was, in fact, I thought it was just to convert my apartment, renovate it. So he wasn't forthcoming with you on that. Now, I see no reason why, if New York City Housing has managed for some 80 years pretty well, now it's a question of money. That's what I get. I mean, the lady there from New York Housing, she was quoting all these figures, so I don't know what she was talking about. But anyway, it seems to me that it's a question of money. It seems to me that New York City Housing, since they have managed public housing for some 80 years, they can continue to do so without privatizing it, and especially without demolishing the buildings. That's my, and then what I just heard from a lady who was here about what the private managers are going to be doing with us if we're converted. If we have grievances, we have to go to court. Our rent may not, they may not respect our rent, and then there may not be conversion. I mean, what do you call it, succession? We may lose that. I mean, that's very frightening to me. I was already scared when I came in here. And I have been reading up on what goes on with these related company, I think they call them. I've been reading up on some of the things that they've been doing, and it's not good. So we're not going to have the protection. The way I look at it, these related company, they're private, okay? The way I look at it, they're interested in making a profit. New York City Housing has always been for protecting the affordability of rent for low income and moderate income. That's how I see it. I don't see why if you're a private realtor, why would you be interested in protecting my affordability when you're there to make money? And then what the lady who was sitting here, I forget her name, what she said they do
30 seconds to wrap it up.
sort of goes along with that, you know? I mean, they don't give you succession rights. They don't protect your rent. They don't go by the rent guidelines. I think we need to stay Section 9. And I think most of the tenants at Elliott Chelsea want to retain Section 9. We don't want private. And this money, that's another thing I want to get in here real quick. Are they going to?
Okay, we heard you loud and clear, man.
Okay, the money that's going to go.
Thank you for your
Is
testimony.
it going to go
Respectfully.
to the realtors or to the New York City Housing? This money.
Thank you for your testimony. We're not clear on that ourselves.
Great. Thank you, Chair Banks and members of the Committee of the Public Housing. My name is Malika Khalsa. I'm the Deputy Director at Salvadori Center, and I understand all of the critical needs that all of the tenants and everyone is bringing up, but I also want to advocate for additional children's programming at NYCHA community centers. Salvadori has a long-standing partnership with NYCHA that spans more than 15 years, providing out-of-school time programming to students at community centers, and we work closely with site directors to design curriculum that is engaging, tailored to the needs and interests of each community, helping students to extend their learning beyond the classroom. Through newly launched NYCHA STEAM Innovators programs, students are not only developing STEAM knowledge and essential skills like collaboration, communication, and critical thinking, they are also becoming designers of their own spaces. Students collaborate with community stakeholders to reimagine rooms within their centers, and their ideas are brought to life with the support of built environment professionals, resulting in redesigning spaces that serve the entire community for years to come. We're deeply grateful for the Council's support through CASA and Digital Inclusion and Literacy grants, as well as after-school enrichment funding and speakers initiatives, which you have supported numerous programs throughout NYCHA. And your investment has provided countless students with opportunities to see themselves as leaders in their own communities. This investment in young people's futures is critical. We respectfully ask the Council to continue and expand funding for these vital programs. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Renee, Madam President.
Thank you, Chair Banks. We are fighting for our lives and the future of public housing in New York City. And the fight begins with a clear demand. The city must commit the $662 million directly into Section 9 in public housing, not PAC, not privatization schemes. But Section 9 is the only structure that fully protects tenants' rights and keeps housing permanently public. What we are witnessing today is not accidental. Landlords and developers have learned from one another, and residents are paying the price. Repairs take longer, vendors fail to deliver, and living conditions decline, all while accountability disappears. NYCHA, which should be overseeing these processes, has failed to provide meaningful oversight. We have already seen this pattern play out in cases where companies cycle through developments without consequence, better known as Penrose kicking out Pinnacle, and then Pinnacle somehow ending up in West Brighton. So they continue to profit while residents deal with the fallout. This is not accountability, it is a revolving door. At the same time, the city continues to claim it supports social housing while actively shifting it into private hands. That contradiction is not lost on the residents who have built and sustained communities like Chelsea. We are the people who stayed through disinvestment, through neglect, through decades when public housing was ignored. Now at Fulton and Elliott Chelsea, we are being asked to accept the plan that will consolidate us into 3 buildings per campus while handing over the majority of our land to so-called affordable housing that is not affordable to us, or frankly, most people in New York City, along with luxury housing. When low-income housing is defined as serving households earning $56,000 to $90,000 a year, we must ask, affordable to whom? And what will the range look like in 10 or 20 years? These policies are not designed for the residents who live here now. We must also confront how these plans are being financed. Project-based Section 8 is being used to fund the demolition of public housing, yet Section 8 itself is not a stable system. Federal funding for the program has repeatedly threatened, and the expiration of the Emergency Housing Voucher Program has already shown how fragile these supports are. NYCHA has issued vouchers without long-term guarantees to sustain them, placing residents into an increasingly uncertain system, moving people out of permanent public housing under Section 9 and into a precariously privately controlled system is not a solution. It is transfer of risk onto tenants. Alongside the structural shift, residents are experiencing direct pressure. Companies like Related Affordable Management have engaged in aggressive tactics, knocking on doors, sending repeated texts and emails, targeting tenants in Phase 1. Residents have already seen what happened at Fulton and Chelsea Addition, and the same patterns are emerging again. This is not engagement, it is harassment. It is compounded by broader pressures from Housing Opportunities Unlimited, NYCHA planners, and officials who continue to push this process forward despite clear resident opposition. The reality is that the driving force behind this decision is not the condition of the buildings, but the value of the land. That was stated when Alexa Aviles, when she was chair, simply asked Simon Kowitsky for the metrics, and he said it's actually the land value of Chelsea. Needless to say, this will continue. At the same time, the city claims NYCHA is underfunded, yet thousands of units sit unused. More than 6,000 apartments remain vacant alongside 3,000 non-dwelling units. This represents loss of rent and lost subsidy, resources that could and should be invested into public housing. Instead of addressing this inefficiency, the focus remains on privatization. Funding alone is not enough. There must be strict accountability for how funds are spent. Public money must not be diverted into structures like the trust that move housing further away from public control. Instead, funding must be directed toward real capital improvement, repairs, infrastructure, and rehabilitation of existing units. In our case, residents are being
30 seconds to wrap it up.
Okay. Residents are being asked to accept serious environmental risk without clear information. We have copper plants under our structures as well as Con Edisons. So we ask something very simply. NYCHA residents are often spoken about as symbols used to represent resilience or diversity, which our actual voices are ignored. When public housing is harmed, it is not an abstract policy failure. It is direct harm to people whose labor sustains this city. We are the workers, caregiving families who make New York function, even as we remain invisible in its politics.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Vasquez?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I want to basically say, I want to say a lot, but I'm trying to narrow down here. I think that we should just all come together and try to figure out how we're going to support you for the resolutions that you came forth last year, which is to start this moratorium and for every development, I have a vote. And I think we need to kind of push there because the reality is that they're on this path and they're just accelerating. What's the proper word I'm saying? Accelerating. Yes, there you go. And it's like they're not returning. So it seems like even Section 8 used to be before, like it seemed like if you applied for it, it was a separate organization that contacted you, which was HRA or whoever it was, they contacted you. Now it's the authority that's contacting you. It seems to me, even by hearing Lisa's, not only today, she made a statement in regards to what we were looking forward or how we were going to protect or safeguard the residents of NYCHA if the if ICE came to the developments. And I don't know if everyone heard her, but she only basically, she kind of didn't say that they were going to try to protect Section 9, that they're going to protect Section 8. So what does that mean? That they're going to unleash ICE on Section 9 developments? That's crazy. And she is on video saying it. She's in New York 1 stating also that the administration has given them money for Section 8. So is the authority, has it merged? There's no longer, you understand what I'm saying? Like, is it all in one? Mm-hmm. Because, and then what are we fighting? Because we can't fight what we don't know what we're fighting, right? And now they want to come after our spaces, our TA spaces. Well, the HUD said that is supposed to be a space where it's independent from anybody, and this is the space we're supposed to have. But now there's some space agreements that are now in question, and they're saying that the NYCHA has the right, if we sign over, to allow them to dictate who comes into our space as well. They did that, I believe. Renee's here and she can confirm when she first came into the TA, where PAC was in her space. And it took her a while. If not, I don't know how that ended. But I mean, like, are they going to try to do that to all of us and just have PAC in our spaces? The other thing is like this 10 spaces that you saying that the commercial spaces, I think that most of those spaces, there's a big possibility they have equipment in it. At Reese, they have all of Manhattan South equipment in it. As a result, I'm going to be stuck with a TA that has recurring sewer packages, and the smell of sewer, that's unhealthy. They clean it. They've cleaned the towels. The previous TA has complained about it 2 times, cleaned the towels. With me, they did a job. They got someone to, hose the walls on and everything, but the smell's still there. That's unsanitary.
30 seconds to wrap it up.
All Manhattan South, kitchen, cabinets, everything is there. So I'm assuming that these other 10 places you find them, most of them may have equipment for their district.
Thank you for your testimony. Maria Lala. Gardner. Sivasaya Gardner. Okay. Sivasa Gardner. Sorry for butchering your name. Do apologize. Jackie Delval. Jackie. De Jesus. Daria? No. They're not here. Okay. Torres, Alexa Torres. Reginald Bowman. Okay, yeah, we can get another seat and just get one on this side. Ben. Oh, she translated. Okay. All right. So we'll start with. We'll start with Ms. Gardner when everyone's seated. There you go. You may begin, Ms. Gardner.
So, good afternoon. My name is Savasia Gardner, and I'm a resident of Chelsea Houses. I'm speaking today in regards to the proposed privatization and demolition of Fulton and Elliott Chelsea Houses. Over 1,000 resident signatures have been collected between the 2 campuses opposing this proposed plan, which is more than the total number of residents who participated in the survey conducted by NYCHA. Us residents are not interested in having our homes torn down, replaced with market rate and affordable apartments, and confining us residents to 3 towers. We're tired of having our voices unheard. We're tired of the endless phone calls, texts, emails, letters, and harassing door knocking we face on a daily basis. We want our buildings rehabilitated. We have the right to safe, stable, and affordable housing just like anyone living in a market rate unit. The $662 million in the mayor's preliminary budget that is to be given to NYCHA to support RAD PACT should be given to Section 9 to preserve our homes and in turn our communities. Public housing needs to stay public, not have private developers come in and displace and disinvest those that make up these communities. As our elected officials, us voters, us taxpayers, rely on you to hold NYCHA accountable for ensuring that their developments are taken care of, as well as ensuring that funds are allocated to the right resources to keep public housing public. So let's save Section 9, keep public housing public, and say no to demolition. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Maria Ayala.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Yo quiero renovación para mi apartamento.
I want my apartment to be renovated.
A mí me han llevado cartas diciendo que yo me salga del apartamento.
I've gotten letters saying that I should vacate the apartment.
Pero yo sigo viviendo en el apartamento de Fulton.
But I continue living in the apartment at Fulton.
El edificio es 11.
The building number 11.
¿Sí? Yo no quiero privatización para el edificio.
I do not want privatize the building.
Quiero renovación para que regresen todos los vecinos que se fueron.
I want renovation for all the neighbors who left to come back.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yes, sir. Bueno.
Ms. Torres?
So we're together.
So, no, you can go first, Ms. Torres, then Mr. Bowman.
But I would prefer that Mr.
You want Mr. Bowman to go first?
I want Mr. Bowman to go first because he's making a statement on behalf of CCOP.
CCOP, got you.
Okay.
Okay.
And so
So, Mr. Bowman, you can wait for the green light, and you can begin with your testimony.
Good afternoon. This is a statement to the New York City Council Public Housing Committee regarding the federal cuts to NYCHA and the need for dedicated city budget item line. Good afternoon, Chairman Banks and members of the committee. On behalf of the Citywide Council of Presidents, my name is Reginald Bowman, and I serve as the business manager for the Citywide Council of Presidents, representing more than 500,000 NYCHA residents across 335 developments citywide. Chairman Banks, we appreciate your continued leadership and advocacy for public housing residents, and we come before you today with urgency and a clear call to action. The recently proposed 14% cut in federal funding to NYCHA comes at a time when the authority is already facing a capital need exceeding $78 billion, according to NYCHA's 2023 fiscal needs assessment. This is not theoretical. This is structural disinvestment. Indeed, federal law under the U.S. Housing Act of 1937 established public housing as a federal responsibility, and regulations such as 24 CFR Part 990 govern operating subsidies meant to sustain developments. Yet federal appropriations have consistently fallen short of these obligations, leaving NYCHA underfunded by billions over decades. As a result, NYCHA receives less than 90% of its federally authorized operating subsidy in most years. We all know critical systems, heat, elevators, and plumbing continue to deteriorate. And as you've heard today, residents continue to endure conditions that in many cases fall below the standards outlined in HUD's Housing Quality Standards 24 CFR 703. Somebody called it today a white-collar ripoff. Therefore, Chairman Banks, this is where the city must step in, not as a temporary fix, but as a permanent partner. We, the Citywide Council of Presidents, are calling on the New York City Council to establish a dedicated baseline item in the city budget for NYCHA for both operating and capital support. This request is grounded not only in need, but in precedent and policy authority. Under the New York City, wrap it up in 30 seconds, Under the New York City Section 254, the council has the power to adopt and modify the city's budget to address essential public needs. Housing, particularly for over 500,000 low-income residents, meets and exceeds that threshold. Additionally, the city already supplements NYCHA through programs such as the NYCHA Operating Subsidy Support, the Mayor's Action Plan for Housing. But these are discretionary and inconsistent. What we want now is codified, guaranteed funding. A dedicated line item would stabilize NYCHA against unpredictable federal cuts, ensure compliance with federal habitability standards, strengthen workforce capacity and response times, and provide transparency and accountability in funding, which we haven't been getting much from NYCHA. Without this, we remain in a reactive posture, managing crisis instead of delivering sustainability. So, Chairman Banks, the residents of NYCHA, we the residents of NYCHA, are not invisible and we're not optional. We are seniors, families, veterans, and essential workers and economic anchor who uphold this city and continue to uphold this city through its most difficult times, from COVID-19 to today's affordability crisis to what we hear happening now all over the city. The question before us is simple as I wrap up. Will New York City match its values with investment? We therefore urge this committee under your leadership to take bold legislative and budgetary action to create a permanent NYCHA line item. Let this be the moment where the city affirms that public housing is not just a federal responsibility, but a New York City priority. Thank you, Chairman Banks, and we look forward to working with you to get this done.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Torres?
Good afternoon, Chairman Banks. I would also once again say that this issue of putting us on as a budget line item is essential. And furthermore, one of the biggest problems that we have when it comes to the budgetary is that you give money and NYCHA just sits there. And by the time, I think it was the Councilwoman Encarnacion, where she said, by the time you finally do something, the cost has tripled because they just sit on it. And I think it has been a deliberate act. Furthermore, I would just, this is my biggest beef right now with the budget in NYCHA. They have a legal department that houses 300 employees, a $60 million budget, and half of that staff should be in the developments. We have developments. You hear people complaining about their annuals not being done, this, that. It's because of lack of staff in the developments. And so you have a legal department, where you have managers, and they're getting paid manager titles, assistant managers, and housing assistants working to do what? To evict us? When they should be in the developments helping the residents do their annuals, do their whatever they need to get done so that we can have the quality of life that we deserve as taxpayers and as responsible citizens of this city and this country. And I yield. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay. Salinas Miranda and Jane Rayo. And Jackie Del Valle. Jackie, is she here? Jackie's not here. And De Jesus. Pilar De Jesus. Okay. That concludes. Tiffany Khan. She left. And James Koga. Jane Rayo. Okay. Just those two. Perfect. Okay. Salinas Miranda, you want to? You can approach but we're going to get a card for you. Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, she has to fill one of these out, Selena. You filled one out? Okay. With the okay. We just need the form so we can. Just give us
Get
1
a-
second.
No, porque yo quiero salirme. Okay. Ready?
We're gonna wait for your form. Just give us a second. Sorry about that. Selena, you can go, and if yes.
Many claim that there is no capital to fund NYCHA, but somehow there are funds available to support the private developers so that they could perform the same functions that NYCHA is supposed to do. Maintain and manage NYCHA developments. For those who do not know, private developers are not using their own financial resources. Instead, they are subsidized by the federal government. This is what allows for those Rat Pack conversions. In our Fulton and Elliott Chelsea houses, it will take $1.9 billion to demolish and rebuild. These are funds that the government claims they do not have, but they will hand those same funds over to a billion-dollar company to demolish our homes. The federal government can rehabilitate our buildings instead for less than half the cost. The 1.9 billion figure does not include the funds that private developers are currently investing. If the Fulton and Elliott Chelsea houses demolition proposal is approved, then in addition to the 1.9 billion, the private developers will be reimbursed for all the funds it has invested, thus by far by the federal government. There are funds to manage and maintain public housing, but the funds are being redirected and the priorities are being shifted. People over profit is a thing of the past. A multi-billionaire is the priority in this demolition proposal, who NYCHA and NYCHA Real Estate Department is partnering with. And Mandami, who claims he wants to tax the rich, will allow this to happen. Tax dollars from the working class are funding wealthy private developers. Also know, if this proposal gets approved, they are coming after our public school that sits on the same block as the Elliott Chelsea houses. They are plotting their way into PS 33 and want to demolish also to gain control of the entire public land that's located in Chelsea. Are you listening, Mandami? We, the people, tenants of NYCHA, have spoken. We have for many years. No demolition, no privatization of public housing. We need you to get rid of our present landlords. And yes, we agree with you, Chairman Chris Banks. It's time to replace and get new leadership in NYCHA. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes, my name is Ms. Rodriguez, and I'm a resident of Alien Housing. I lived there for 26 years. I'm here to ask you guys to please help us stop the privatizing New York City housing and private developments to come, like the PATH and the related companies to take control of us. Yes, we do need help. Yes, we need fixing. And the money will be very grateful use if they just could come and fix and save Section 9. No demolition, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Excellent. Thank you guys for your testimony. Now we're going to move to Zoom testimony. We will now turn to remote testimony. Once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you and the Sergeant of Arms will give you the go-ahead to begin. Please wait for the Sergeant of Arms to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony. We will now call the first speaker, Cynthia Tibbs.
You may begin.
My name is Cynthia Tibbs. I am the TA president. Can you hear me? Sorry.
We can hear you. We can hear you, Ms. Tibbs. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Banks. I am the TA president at Worcester Brownstones, 36 Brownstones from the West Side Urban Renewal Development on the Upper West Side. I would like to say it baffles me that every time we have these hearings and NYCHA raises their hand and swears to tell the truth and the whole truth, they stand there and they sit there and they lie with no repercussions ever coming their way. If this was a court of law, they would be behind bars. But yet they treat this as it is their own personal playground. I would like to say currently that the Manhattan bundle that's being considered for the Upper West Side is the biggest bundle that the PAC team has ever put together. It is 10 developments, not buildings, developments wide. It is 9 buildings on the Upper West Side, 9 developments on the Upper West Side, 1 development on the Upper East Side. NYCHA currently does not have a management team that oversees 10 developments at one time. For them to feel it is fair for us to be put under a development team and a management team as big as this is absurd. We have been bombarded lately with surveys from 2 different private consulting firms, yet NYCHA can't even pay
Ms.
for a
Tibbs, hold
light
on 1
bulb
minute,
in our
guys. We need to maintain the quorum. Please, no speaking. We want to be respectful for the individuals that are giving testimony. Please, if you have a conversation, you can take it outside. Thank you, Ms. Tibbs. You may proceed.
Thank you. They currently are bombarding us with 2 separate consulting teams insisting we do surveys that are supposed to be voluntary, but they have called us, mailed us, knocked on our doors, survey. But they have money to pay a consulting firm on Fifth Avenue, but we can't get a light bulb put in our hallways. That makes absolutely no sense. At our meeting, we pushed back and said, why is it NYCHA, being the biggest slumlord, has nothing but slumlords on the list for management teams? Nobody wants Wavecrest. We watched Wise Towers have 3 fires when they were put into this program. We watched people get injured. We watched them beg to be put back under NYCHA, only to have NYCHA turn around and remove them from PRC management and put them under Wavecrest with no consultation whatsoever from their TA or
Your time has
anybody
expired.
else. 3 minutes expired?
30 seconds to wrap it up.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Not a problem,
I'd
Ms.
like
Tibbs.
to say that we need a moratorium put on PACT right away. We need an oversight committee, an independent oversight committee that follows all PACT developments that have been put into this program since its inception. We need a federal monitor. We don't want to die. And they're looking to kill us off with no repercussions on their side, none whatsoever. And I thank you for advocating for us and listening to us, because Jonathan Gouveia and his team ignores us every step along the way. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Tibbs. Darren Seeley uh, will be our next testimony will be in person. Thank you. Before you begin, Mr. Seeley, let me just make this quick announcement. Anybody who has filled out a slip who wishes to give testimony today, please do so. Again, anybody who wishes to give testimony who has not given testimony, please fill out a slip. Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Seeley.
Good morning, Chair Banks and esteemed members of the Committee on Public Housing. My name is Darren Seeley, and I serve as the Associate Director of the Housing Resource Center at the Red Hook Community Justice Center, an initiative of the Center for Justice Innovation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. As New York City continues to face rising shelter costs and increasing demand for housing and social services, it is critical that we invest in upstream solutions that keep residents stably housed. The city is already bearing the high cost of housing instability through shelters and emergency systems. Strengthening prevention is not only the right approach, it's the physically responsible one. Across Red Hook, Harlem, and Far Rockaway, our housing resource centers serve as critical access points for NYCHA residents navigating complex housing systems. In 2025, we served thousands of households, helping tenants prevent evictions, secure repairs, and maintain affordable rents. A key part of this work is ensuring rent is calculated correctly. Last year, our teams helped over 900 NYCHA residents complete lease recertifications, protecting them from overcharges that can quickly lead to arrears and eviction. We also connect residents to rental assistance, including HRA one-shot deals, and supported them through the housing court process. We also address unsafe housing conditions. In 2025, we supported over 200 residents in filing housing court actions to compel repairs, empowering tenants to hold landlords accountable and improve living conditions. Importantly, our work prioritizes the most vulnerable: seniors, people with disabilities, and residents facing language barriers, ensuring they can have access services, navigate court, and remain safely housed. Beyond direct services, programs like Community Justice Connect expand access to legal information and empower communities to resolve issues before they escalate. Meanwhile, Neighborhood Safety Initiatives engages residents directly in shaping safer, healthier public housing communities, reaching over 50,000 NYCHA residents annually. Together, these programs demonstrate that housing stability is not just a social issue, it is a cost-effective strategy that reduces reliance on shelters and emergency systems while strengthening communities. We respectfully ask for the continued and expanded City Council funding to sustain and grow these efforts, ensuring that NYCHA residents have the support they need to remain safely housed. Thank you for your time and continued commitment to New York City's public housing communities.
Thank you for your testimony. Now we will move back to the virtual testimony, and we have Chaplain Donna Eldon.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chairman Banks.
Good afternoon.
My name is Dana Eldon, and I'm the president of St. Mary's Park Houses in the South Bronx. I'm grateful for this opportunity, and I have spoken without convictions before and will do so again today about the urgent need for increased funding for Section 9 public housing. Despite the diligent efforts of resident leaders and independent nonprofits to make our voices heard, it often feels as though we are speaking to a brick wall. I strongly recommend that adequate funding for Section 9 is essential for securing the homes of thousands of families and seniors who represent a sizable portion of residents in NYCHA developments. The repeated emphasis on NYCHA's accomplishments is frankly insulting. Section 9 public housing is suffering from a lack of funding. The mayor's administration has allocated $662 million towards Section 8, yet nothing for Section 9 public housing. This situation is unacceptable, and funding should be prioritized for Section 9. Therefore, I'm formally requesting a moratorium on privatizations related to project-based Section 8, including RADPAC and the trust. I also call for an independent forensic audit of NYCHA to ensure that income generated from infills and PAC conversions is invested directly into Section 9 units. Section 9 should receive funding first, and the humanity of putting the resident first is a must. I have served as a founding executive board member of Residents to Preserve Public Housing, working with resident leaders citywide for nearly 7 years. Some developments have already experienced the RADPAC process, while others are currently undergoing it. A consistent concern among many is the loss of services, including maintenance, repairs, and customer control. These conversions often result in poor construction and inferior materials, leading to frequent repairs, needs, and crude attempts by residents to address these issues themselves. Recently, an issue regarding space agreements was sent to resident leaders citywide. As a committee member involved in reviewing forms, agreements, and reports, I recognize the importance of ensuring NYCHA's adherence to CFR 24964 HUD rules and regulations. Resident leadership, tenant participation, funding, and support have declined due to the increasing number of vacant units in various developments. Resident involvement is essential. As of February 2026, my development has 104 vacancies, directly affecting the funding of our council and what we
Time has
do for
expired.
our events.
30 seconds to wrap it up. 30 seconds to wrap it up, ma'am.
Thank you. As a senior and disabled resident leader and an active community member and a New York State chaplain, I am compelled to consider the humanity of public housing and its ongoing failure to provide adequate funding. I urge a halt to conversions until the best outcomes for residents are thoroughly explored and ensured. Thank you for this opportunity. Peace and blessings.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we're calling Donette Charvis.
You may begin.
Greetings. My name is Janet Chavis, and I'm the TA president of LaGuardia Houses on the Lower East Side. I have a question and a statement in regards to the renovations and the RADPAC and the money stated as being needed for capital renovations underneath Section 9. The question is, why is 78 to 80 billion still needed for repairs and renovations when over half of NYCHA's portfolio of 62,000 apartments slated for renovations are near to completion? When I say near to completion, I'm including those actually completed and those currently in the process of transitioning over into RADPAC. It seems to me that if you started out with an $80 billion need and have completed over half of your portfolio, then the stated need should be decreasing because you no longer bear the burden of repair and maintenance for those developments. It now belongs to those who have taken over those properties. So I believe a current, updated, actual estimate of capital needs are in order, particularly since resident leaders often have to rely on elected officials to stand in the gap and provide the funding needed for repairs. And this is not only to be clear on the actual need in regard to capital funding, but for clarity and proof as to how this program underneath RADPAC relieves the financial burden of NYCHA or even the tenant in need of repairs who has already been converted underneath RADPAC and sees no difference or benefit in the repairs that are being made. We don't see the benefit of the renovations being made, and we don't see it when capital needs remain the same. So the question becomes, what was the point? Because once again, repairs appear, once again, the project and the program appears to be purely for profit and at the expense of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now have Mark Glover.
You may begin.
Mark Glover, sorry.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair Banks, for your allowing me to speak. I had moved. I had a quick second. I apologize. Rise today to raise a concern regarding some things that may serve as a solution to some of the financial challenges that that NYCHA has and has had over some time. I represent several housing authorities across the country, and what we do is we basically allow them to recover from large losses. So we're large loss consultants, and what we recognized is particularly given the fact that there were some opportunities, particularly with the Mitchell Homes boiler explosion. There could be some opportunities to recover from the private insurance. We believe that the NYCHA, as obviously the largest public housing authority in the country, has some physical challenges. We've heard that time and again. We've heard the testimony from the CFO as well as from the CEO, indicating that the federal funds, we know that they're going to be chopping those down to some or as much as or more. So I believe that there are, given this context, there are a couple of things. One, NYCHA is one of the largest, but it's also one of the oldest housing authorities in the country, as you know, and therefore the high density occupancy exposure to mechanical failure and property loss events do occur. It's not a function of if, but when. We recognized this last October, as I indicated with Mitchell Homes, which underscores the risk is not just hypothetical, but it's real. Fortunately, there was no loss of life in Mitchell, but then there was another one at Boston, Secker houses, January 24th. There was a loss of life. Given this context, I believe there are several key questions that should be asked and answered, but I'm going to focus on just one, which is worth immediate examination, and that is comprehensive and complete insurance recovery investigation. As stated, there have been recent major losses at NYCHA properties, whether it's with PAC or NYCHA itself, right? Section 8 or Section 9. The key question is what independent mechanisms are in place to ensure that NYCHA maximizes recovery under its own property, boiler, machinery, and liability coverages. In complex public housing claims, under collection can occur without detailed forensic review of policy terms, code, upgrade provisions.
Your time has expired.
Elements, and obviously,
30 seconds to wrap it up.
Okay. And so what it is that we'd like to be able to suggest that immediately there be some investigation from an independent outside organization in order to be able to shed some light. There's potentially tens of millions of dollars that are being left on the table. And we've done this with several housing authorities around the country, and would like the opportunity to be able to allow you all to be able to reap some benefits accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We appreciate your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We're now going to move to Christina Chase. Christina Chase, can you hear us?
Hi, I'm here.
All
Hi,
right.
hello.
You may begin
Can
your
you hear me?
testimony. We
Okay,
can hear you.
thanks. I work and serve at a lot of places, but today I'm here as second vice president of the Ravenswood Houses Resident Association. I attended the so-called rental ripoff hearings discussed earlier here in Queens. What I learned by hearing stories of other tenants is that the grass is not greener on the other side, that public housing is actually not as bad as the private market. When it comes to repairs, we're doing pretty well in contrast to our neighbors in private housing, as substantiated by NYCHA's earlier statements on its repair achievements. What I learned is that private market tenants also suffer from landlord negligence, except they do not have a federal monitor or any of the regulations we have. What I learned is that private market tenants do not have a fraction of the rights that we have as Section 9 tenants. What I learned is that now, more than ever, Section 9 public housing is the answer to our manufactured housing crisis. Rehabilitating and expanding public housing is a common sense solution to providing real, stable, and deeply affordable housing, as opposed to twice as much funding going to a temporary shelter. We have almost 7,000 vacant NYCHA apartments, yet people died on the street from the cold last month. It doesn't make sense. Considering how much funding is going to PACT and the Preservation Trust conversions and away from Section 9 rehabilitation, especially amidst congressional cuts, we ask that the City Council propose and pass a moratorium on all project-based Section 8 conversions, which includes PACT, the Preservation Trust, and any other new program they might create. We also need our City Council to work together with their state and assembly counterparts to establish deep investment in public housing in New York City and across the state. And we need the City Council to defend public housing from demolition. Fulton, Elliott, Chelsea especially, and all of the NYCHA properties. Our homes are not real estate ventures for private equity. We need the city to safeguard the right to housing by protecting public housing. If we can protect and rehabilitate old buildings in the Upper East Side, we can protect old building NYCHAs that we call, NYCHA buildings we call home. Because the 1LIC rezoning was mentioned, I'd be remiss to not state that it is a shame that the 1LIC environmental impact study did not include Ravenswood houses, despite being 4 blocks away from the planned construction site. Although I'm happy Queensbridge received some capital funding, it is despicable that Ravenswood houses did not receive a penny from the city, nor any consideration of how our lives will be impacted by a 54-block rezoning in our neighborhood in both the so-called neighborhood study and the EIS. We deserve capital funding too. We will be harmed by this rezoning too. We will have to breathe the same construction dust, lose the same sunlight from skyscrapers, struggle even more in our already overpacked public transit commute among our crumbling sewer and gas infrastructure, and continue to feel like second-class citizens since we're constantly left out of these community reinvestment projects. The city has harmed Ravenswood houses through its negligence, and we deserve funding without having to privatize. Invest in NYCHA now. This is the right political choice. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll now move to Beverly McFarland. Beverly McFarland.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. McFarland. You may proceed with your testimony.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Banks, and thank you for having us.
We can't. We can't hear you. Can you speak up a little, Ms. McFarland?
Okay, thank you for having me. Again, Ms. Chavez have addressed some of the issues that I was concerned about, but I want to go on record by asking for NYCHA to recalculate their needs assessment because it cannot be $80,000. Based on my calculations, they only have a $42 billion deficit, not a $84,000 deficit on their testimony today. So I would like to put it on record that and a moratorium on any RAD PAC and trust conversions, because based on the 964 HUD regulations demolished in the Section 18, they have to have these apartments or buildings must be deemed uninhabitable to demolish under the HUD regulations. There have been no HUD inspections on any of these developments for them to deem demolishment on under Section 18. Also, there is a way to look at revenue streams. There is a cannabis. We don't have tax in the cannabis. Where is that money? Y'all can look into the taxation of cannabis, because public housing was most affected from the Rockefeller law of these, and a lot of our residents have been to jail because of the sales of cannabis. So we should be benefiting off the taxes. So that's a revenue stream that can be looked at on the elected side. So that's my testimony. I want to repeal the bill of the trust because it was done illegally based on the 964 HUD regulations. They are still under a repeal. They are still under they are still under a lawsuit that they have not fulfilled, which is the consent decree that they have not fulfilled. So they should not have went into any legal real estate anything until they have fulfilled the obligation of that consent decree. I yield.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. McFarland. We'll now move to Janice.
Hi, thank you so much. I had to really sign in as a different name because for some reason my real name wasn't getting me the hearing. So my name is Tamika Mapp. I'm the district leader for the 68th Assembly District Part D. I want to start with a simple question. If public housing is essential to New York City, why do we keep funding everything except it? Residents are living with mold, broken elevators, and unsafe conditions, yet we are told the solution is privatization. But let's be honest, privatization is not fixing public housing, it's replacing it. And while families are waiting for years for repairs, New York is still giving billions back to Wall Street through the stock transfer tax rebate. So I ask again, what are our priorities? Because the truth is, this is not just a funding issue, it's an accountability issue. I urge this committee at your next oversight hearing, ask NYCHA one simple question. How much capital funding was allotted last fiscal year, and how much was it actually spent? Because residents don't live in budgets. We live in a gap between promises and delivery. Now, the city cannot solve this alone. We need strong partnership with the state. That starts with repealing the stock transfer tax rebate. Right now, New York collects the tax on stock trades, but then gives it back. That is billions of dollars that could be invested in public housing instead of being turned to the wealthiest financial actors. City Council has a role to play here. You can pass resolutions, hold joint hearings, and use your platform to push Albany to repeal this rebate and dedicate the revenue to Section 9. Because if you're serious about housing, we must be serious about where the money comes from. We are also calling for new revenue streams like the pied-à-terre tax and the luxury housing tax so that those who benefit most from the city help sustain it. And once we secure funding, we must use it the right way, not patchwork repairs, but full rehabilitation. Fix mold at the source, replace the roofs, modernize our elevators. We're calling for 10% of the Fair Share Act funding to go with public housing and for federal lawmakers to do the same. And let me be clear, we're demanding moratorium on privatization through the Section 8 conversions, period. And it needs to start today. Public housing must remain public because once it's gone, we're not getting it back. This is about dignity. This is about safety. This is about whether New York chooses people over profit. We're not asking for luxury. We're demanding livable homes. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now move to Carmen Quinones. Carmen Quinones. Okay. Brenda Temple. Brenda Temple. Ramona Faragua.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Is this Brenda Temple?
Yes.
Ms. Temple,
I don't know what.
you may
Okay.
proceed with your testimony. Thank you.
Very good. Greetings, everyone. My name is Brenda Temple. I am a resident of Oceanside Apartments in Far Rockaway, a community activist, and a member of SICA, Committee for Independent Community Action, under the direction of Dr. Lenora Fulani. I've been working with this group and others for the past 10 years, fighting against the nefarious programs that have and will evict, dismantle, and destroy Section 9 public housing to the detriment of hardworking, low-income residents who are the backbone of this society. Without us, this city would be doomed. All along, residents were correct when we lifted our voices complaining of neglect and mismanagement of funds. I am a member of the NYCHA Resident Audit Committee under Brad Lander and his staff, and he has done a great job exposing the massive neglect and mismanagement on behalf of NYCHA and HUD. Selling us out to private developers is not the answer. Fixing the problem is. Please see recommendations on contracts/vendors, audit, and evictions of RAD and PACT and Section 9. The corruption is finally revealed. We demand a seat at the table to address and rectify these issues using the controller's recommendations as well as independent auditors and our own. Our next audit will be on finance. What is NYCHA doing with our money? We know privatization is not the answer, and we have proof. I'm sorry. Okay, so where is the willingness? We know that you have the money. So some of the solutions would be to use all of the capital funding because we know they only have used about 5%. We need a moratorium, we need more comp mod programs, and we need more federal funding. So, what else? I'd just like to say that I was born in Ravenswood Houses. And when I became 21, when I turned 21, I went out into the world with a college degree, and I was met with some situations that caused me to be a victim of the Me Too movement. And my life spiraled out of control. It was a massive deflection from what it could have been. Thank God for public housing that I was able to get myself back together and apply for NYCHA and come back to NYCHA. I call my story the long fall to victory. So what I'm saying is no one knows your story and why we're in the situation, but it is necessary because we are, like I said, the backbone of this system. We are the victims of this system.
Thank you
So
for
I
your
say
testimony.
no to
Time has
any form of
expired.
privatization. Save Section 9. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your
When NYCHA
testimony.
says get back, we say fight back.
Thank you for your testimony. Now we will move to Ramona Ferrara.
You may begin.
Hi, everyone. So I have testimony on behalf of Safe Section 9 and our members and neighbors. We actually wanted to focus not on what NYCHA has been saying regarding the lack of money. Instead, we have some solutions that focus on creating revenue streams that would make NYCHA sustainable and would actually bring us additional public housing to New York. So while we are facing budgetary disappointment, which is really hard to process as this new mayor campaigned on the idea of creating affordability and equality, his support of the demolition of Fulton, Elliott, and Chelsea houses and a preliminary budget that funds privatization is a betrayal. We urge the City Council, under the guidance of this committee, to stop him from inflicting further harm on us. We want to see the rehabilitation and expansion of Section 9 to address housing unaffordability and provide stability for many households desperately needing affordable housing. Because we know that housing based on AMI is not going to empty out our shelters or reduce the number of households held hostages by slumlords. NYCHA spends $60,000 to rehabilitate an empty unit, and that's a number that no corporate landlord can match. When we look at the revenue-centered solutions, we are urging you to shift $663 million away from the trust and project-based Section 8 and back to Section 9. We hope that you will support the repeal of the stock transfer tax rebate and work with folks in Albany to secure $2 billion annually, which is what NYCHA needs based on their $80 billion needs assessment, which is inflated, but we can get them $2 billion anyway. We want you to earmark 10% of the revenue from the Fair Share Act that is actually being put forth by City Council. That would bring in $400 million. And we want to urge federal lawmakers to earmark 10% of the revenue from Make the Billionaires Pay Their Fair Share Act. That would bring in $22 billion for Section 9 public housing nationally. Cost saving wise, we also want you to institute that moratorium on privatization, following the guidance issued by the Government Accountability Office as requested by Congresswoman Maxine Waters in 2023. And for organizational solutions, we are hopeful that you will collaborate with Comptroller Levine to conduct a true forensic audit of NYCHA. We know that NYCHA receives developers' fees, annual administration fees, and cash flow payments after debt service from each PAC deal, but today they were unable to tell you what that account actually looks like. Because NYCHA has made itself a fiscal conduit for project-based Section 8, we also need to ensure that Section 9 funding is being managed separately from PAC and RAD.
Thank you for your testimony. Time has expired.
You have another minute to wrap it up.
Okay, thank you. If you do a portal search of their contracts issued to date, looking for the word trust, you will find that billions of dollars have been transferred from NYCHA to the Preservation Trust programs and scoping contracts. We want you to take advantage of the Faircloth allowance, which gives New York City 24,000 additional Section 9 units without us having to do absolutely anything but build them. And we would want to see an effort from this committee to educate tenants and elected officials to make sure that folks do not fall prey to the privatization. We also would love a new organizational plan from NYCHA because the responses that they are giving you today and the way that they are staffing themselves is based on a plan from 2020 that was opposed by tenants and subject matter experts. We want an organizational plan that actually looks like the 1965 to 1970 year frame. And finally, we have an opportunity to shift participants in the Neighborhood Employment Services Program to actually support in the keeping or the maintenance of buildings instead of outdoors, which would impact positively our day-to-day opportunities. And then the Community Grants Reinvestment Fund, which comes from the marijuana sales tax, is at this time being awarded. And none of those awardees are actually serving NYCHA complexes. We would urge you to work with Albany to ensure that a community that was adversely impacted by the war on drugs benefits from the funding meant to provide us with restorative justice. We thank you for your support and look forward to working on all of this together.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now move to Sandria Coleman.
You may begin.
Sandria Coleman.
I'm on mute, right? Okay. Hi, greetings, everyone.
Good to see
I am
you,
Sandria Coleman. I'm a current resident of Isaac Houses and a former municipality employee. I used to supervise payroll for NYPD. I'm also the co-founder and of the Homesizers Coalition and One NYCHA Advocates, and I have been a public housing advocate and organizer for 11 years and counting now. The conditions in NYCHA are just horrific. There are massive environmental issues that are making residents sick and are not being remediated. The city, state, and federal government must invest immediately into our homes. Stakeholders of public housing has seen a decline over the years, and it has exacerbated, especially when the white flight took place many decades ago. There is a great number of Blacks and Hispanics that call NYCHA home. The disinvestment is systemic. The lack of care is systemic. The patchwork repairs are systemic. The lack of heat and hot water is systemic. The inoperable elevators, especially the newer ones, is systemic. The infestation that residents are subject to live with is systemic. Our babies are being poisoned with lead is systemic. We at Isaac Houses just concluded a vote between remaining Section 9 PAC or the trust. The process was a challenging one. I personally experienced hostility from some members of the Resident Association Board. We also had several trade unions out in the masses 5 days a week for several hours engaging with the residents. And some of them was actually lying to residents, telling them that under the trust, they remain Section 9. I know this for sure because it happened to me, and I had to refute that. Comprehensive modernization is the path to fix our homes, and the funding that is received must be flushed into NYCHA immediately. The methodology of spreading out billions of dollars over 10 years is ludicrous. We would have, within 10 years, you would have 2 to 3 mayors if they all serve one term, you know what I mean, one term terms, right? One term instead of 2 terms. I was getting it out. Sorry, I'm almost finished. We need to halt all conversions, rather it is PACT, RAD, Trust, and infill. Preserve Section 9, which is the only true affordable housing, 30% of your income, no roommate needed. Thank you. And thank you for holding this meeting. And we look forward to continuing working with you all to help preserve public housing, keep Section 9 in place, and we need to also make sure the residents are really informed what they are governed by under Section 9 because a lot of residents are clueless. And one of the things I would say, or maybe some, maybe let me maybe rephrase that. I would say over here, we have been educating residents over the years when it was Red Pact and even when it was the Blueprint, now it's the Trust. So we have had our boots on the ground,
Time has
but that's not
expired.
always the same place. I mean, the same thing for everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Huh?
We will now move back to Carmen Quinones. Carmen Quinones.
Hello. First of all, good afternoon, everybody.
Good
It's
afternoon.
good
You
to
may.
see you again, Chairman. Um, we keep going over the same thing, and the true matter is that uh, these private developers are really killing people, and nobody's doing anything about it. Wavecrest and all of them, they need to all be out of there. Wavecrest was responsible for the explosion over there, and they're still on. How can you they can keep these private developers on, giving them more developments, and actually our people are dying. And that's in record numbers. Something has to be done. An investigation in all these private companies should be done. And I would say, of course, we want to save Section 9, but I am the first person that has a 501c3 for Resident Management Corporation. And Councilman Banks, I really want to sit with you so we can really look at what this is. I have been very instrumental here in Douglas Houses. We have done roofs, we have done all capitals over here in Douglas almost have been done. But this is a daggone shame. And as far as the rip off town halls, the reason we're pissed off with that is because they're putting us off on NYCHA again. We continue to have to talk to NYCHA. We want to talk to this mayor. So we really would like this mayor to start listening to the real people, the people with boots on the ground, which are the presidents. Another thing, CCOP, DCOP does not speak for 500,000 people. They do not meet with us. They do not represent us. So that's another thing that needs to be looked into. The Council of Presidents does not, again, they do not represent all residents at all. They haven't met with us in 3 years, period, point blank. They're doing their own thing. And again, this is bull. It's a lot of crazy stuff happening. I would love to sit with you, along with some of my other presidents, so you can see what the boots on the ground is really doing. Because this is a lot of crazy stuff going on all parts. And the money that we need, we should sure look at the top of NYCHA that are getting $600,000 and more. All that money is going into New York City Housing Authority. They're hiring their people. They're hiring people that don't do nothing, that don't come out. And the people that are on boots ground, like the liaisons, the neighborhood coordinators, our caretakers, not getting served, not getting paid.
Time has expired.
We need to look into all of this, Chris. I really hope that you can get in touch with me. I really want to sit down with you. Thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate you for having this meeting.
please send your information, Ms. Quinones, so we can get in contact with you. Thank you for your testimony.
Will do.
All right. Now we have Christopher Leon Johnson.
May begin.
Yeah. Yeah, hello, Chair Banks. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson. I'll make this clear that first, the City Council need to introduce a bill to eradicate CCOP. Basically, those are nothing but now former Eric Adams cronies that are pushing for the displacement of people, and the developers, with the help of NYCHA, uses those people because they look and act. They look like the people that live in NYCHA to act like they're speaking for the people in NYCHA, but they're not. I'm calling out the city council to, as start with the chair, to really condemn Madani for really not giving the people the voice. With NYCHA, the only reason people NYCHA really had a voice now because of the backlash from the internet. mainly from the people that are opposed to Mamdani. Why did it take the opposition to fight for people that deep inside, down their hearts, that they wouldn't even have dinner with them? They wouldn't even invite them to their birthday party if they wanted to, or wedding. Going forward, the city council needs to really, sorry, you, Chair, need to really make a statement and call this plan for Fulton Chelsea nothing but a property grab. And basically, because Fulton is right by Meatpacking District, and Chelsea is right by Hudson Yards, and it's all by public transportation and all the clubs. And one of the clubs near Fulton is Tower Group, which is an Andrew Ridgey affiliated organization under New York City Hospitality License. So basically, they feel that people in NYCHA are a anchor from the economic development of the potential of Chelsea, mainly Chelsea and Fulton around that area. Going forward, we need to save NYCHA. At the same time, the people in NYCHA have to be respectful to the CEO of NYCHA, Mrs. Bova Hayat. Remember, she's a human being, and she's just a commissioner that's trying her best to do the right thing for the people. I think that she's way better than the last ones. At least Jamie Rubin is not the commissioner of the commissioner of NYCHA. The city, like I said, has a lot to do, but going forward, I think that we need a real conversation with the commissioner of NYCHA, with everybody, and not just to handpick people from CCOP, which is number shills, and the people that's so-called fighting for the people at NYCHA, which you start finding out that they're backed by developers like Marquise Jenkins and Layla Glisco. Layla's backed by developers, and Marquise Jenkins backed by Coda, which is done by developers. So we need have people, everybody at the table, have a real voice to be heard, not just your handpicked selected people that you just have at the pre-panels. And going forward, brother, I appreciate what you do, but you failed in really calling out Mamdani for not allowing people to speak for the first two hearings when it comes to the rental ripoff hearings. And hope going forward in the next FY cycle that if he does this again, you have the heart to really say his name, because
Time has expired.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your day.
Thank you for your testimony. That concludes our hearing today. And we thank you for coming.